Cek. Cek. Cek mic sudah. Cek. 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cek sound. Cek. Cek sound. Sound 1, 2, cek. Cek. Cek sound. Cek. 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 Cek sound. Cek sound. 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 Cek. Cek sound. Cek. 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 Cek sound. Cek. 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 Cek sound 1, 2, cek. 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 Cek sound 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, cek sound. Oh. Cek, cek sound 1 2. Cek, cek, cek sound 1 2. Cek, cek, cek sound 1 2. Cek, 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 cek sound.
Test. Good morning, everyone. Selamat pagi, bapak-bapak, ibu-ibu. Thank you for joining us this morning again for this important workshop regarding seagrass. We talking about the blue carbon and also about the livelihood. And I think we have already received some information yesterday from some of the key players on seagrass and blue carbon, and also policy to teach us or to inform us what is ongoing on in the under global perspective. So we identify that again, it look like seagrass need something to be about the understanding, because many gaps we found from the last meeting. And today, I think we will discuss and try to see how we could fill the gaps from yesterday. And I would like to give the floor to Matt van der Cliff from CSIRO to give some introduction and comment regarding today's workshop. Time is yours, Matt.
Selamat pagi, good morning, everyone. So yesterday was a really good opening to set the scene, set the concept. At a high level, what is the blue carbon, and what is it that what's the context of blue carbon from the climate, from the livelihoods, and then think about narrowing our focus down to seagrass. And so now, today and tomorrow, we're able to focus in a lot more. And so just to give some context to the conversations that we're going to have over the next 2 days, take your mind back to 2017, and signed a maritime cooperation agreement, and the President of Indonesia and the Prime Minister of Australia were in a room and signing this document. So then, all right, we had an agreement between the two governments that we were going to work together on maritime issues, and among the issues that the governments agreed that we would work together on was the blue carbon and the coastal resources and protection. So then together we started thinking about this. Well, what shall we do? And right from the beginning we said, well, we need to sit together in Indonesia. So in February 2019 we did this first blue carbon workshop, or the Australia-Indonesia Blue Carbon Program workshop in Sanur in Bali. Many of you were there, and I recall it was we had some really great discussions and presentations from so many experts on blue carbon in Indonesia, on the mangroves, on the seagrass, and then discussions about what was important to focus on. And from those discussions, there were a few key themes that really were highlighted. One of the key themes was there was some good information on mangroves in Indonesia, and the information on mangroves in Indonesia was starting to be incorporated into policy. But seagrasses was still a bit of an information gap, and there'd been some important work on seagrass, but a little bit less. And Pak Wawan was telling me just yesterday that when he started, there were three people working on seagrass, and so it's gradually building that capacity to work on seagrass in Indonesia, and so one outcome of that workshop was, well, why don't we make that a focus, where as that capacity is building, we can contribute to that growth and that learning. So one of the aspects was let's focus our work on seagrass. So then, all right, what to do about seagrass? Then from there were three aspects that were highlighted. One is that there were some estimates of how much seagrass there is in Indonesia, but no one knew for sure. So there may be 30,000 hectares, maybe millions of hectares, big differences. And so point number one is let's focus on trying to get better mapping platforms and mapping technologies so that we can get better, more robust, more accurate estimates of how much seagrass Indonesia has. And this is part of a growing global impetus towards understanding how much seagrass we've got, because no one's very good at it yet, although we're getting better. Number two is that we collectively in Indonesia, there wasn't a lot of information on the carbon stock, and so we thought, well, that's pretty fundamental. Let's also have an element of the research that's going to focus on the carbon stock. So we thought, well, okay. And then the third element was a little bit like we were talking about yesterday, is that not everything is always about climate, although the climate is important. Not everything is depending and really critical all the way through this. All the coast of Indonesia have villages and their livelihoods that rely on these ecosystems. But we don't, if we're going to plan development and we're going to work on ways of sustainably using the coast, we need to be aware of that, understand that, and so that was the third element, livelihood. So today we have a lot of conversations on mapping through the afternoon. Tomorrow we're going to have the livelihoods and the carbon stock, and so we're going to recap. So after that Bali meeting, and we had a plan, then we had a program where we brought some Indonesians to Australia, and many of them are here in the room today, that continuing part of that journey. And so we had some weeks in Australia working on that. The next step was from that to do the joint activities in Indonesia together, but COVID. So what we had to do was I had to sit in my home, in my living room in Perth, doing Zoom calls, and we were talking and tried to do as much as we could, but ultimately all of the Indonesian partners did that work on their own and together, but on their own without the Australians. So we're going to hear about that today. And I'm looking forward to it because I haven't heard all of it yet as well. It seems to me that the timing of this conversation is really important. We heard yesterday, we've got had the conversation about the road to Oceans 20. Indonesia's hosting the G20 this year. That's important. Indonesia's chairing ASEAN next year. That's important. There's lots of interest in countries and agencies and NGOs wanting to support Indonesia, do work in Indonesia. That's good, right? But exactly where does everyone fit, and how can it all be coordinated so that Indonesia benefits from this and really can harness all of that interest and activity towards ends that are going to be valuable. So, with that, the only thing I wanted to complete in these introductory comments is just a note on, we have 2 days, today, tomorrow. What do we, and we is not just me, what do we want to achieve in these 2 days. We want to learn from each other, sure, and we want to learn what, the new information that was collected in the last few years and review all the great work that's been done even for the last few decades. But that's not all. We want to think ahead as well. So what I want everyone to do now is, start looking at that agenda and looking at where we've got those open discussion sessions, because we've put some long open discussion sessions where we want to talk more about not just what we've done, but what we haven't done. And think about, if we're going to keep going on this journey together and we know where we're trying to get to, what's important to do next, so that then as we get the opportunities, we can prioritise those next steps. Do we need to do more carbon stock? Do we need to start measuring flux? So think about these. These are the conversations that I would like to have through the day. And we can't do that on our own. We need all of you. All right. So that's, I guess, my request to you, my challenge to you is, let's have some really good open discussions. All right, that's enough from me. You hear already too much of me, and you'll hear more of me tomorrow. I would like to introduce our keynote guest speaker for today, and I'm going to be looking forward to having this. So I was talking to Frida this morning. We met for the first time, not in Australia or in Indonesia, but in the Philippines in, I think, 7 or 8 years ago. I don't remember exactly when. And then we've of course met many times since and had the opportunity to talk. And in 2019, I think it was, I had the opportunity to visit Perenchak and see the mangrove restoration work that Frida had been involved in. So I'm looking forward to hearing more from Frida. So please, Frida, I would invite you to the stage and give your keynote presentation. I'm looking forward to it. Where would you like to stand, here or here? You want to stand over there? Okay, yeah, sure.
Thank you. Good morning, selamat pagi, Bapak-Bapak, Ibu-Ibu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, I would like to thank for the organizer, the CSIRO, Kemenko Marfest, for this event. I think that this is the first meeting, the first Indonesian blue carbon scientific meeting since the COVID, 2019. Last time we met in Bali. So I feel like this is not only about workshop, it's also about reunion, the blue carbon, Indonesian blue carbon. So it's a good moment in the beautiful place as well, and with the new and old friends as well. So my name is Frida Siddiq. I'm a researcher from the National Research Agency, BRIN. But before, I worked for the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. Just about 20 years ago. So actually, I'm a mangrove ecologist. So I am now a mangrove stand in the seagrass communities. So it's great for me to be in the middle of seagrasses. So today, I was to give a brief talk about view of Indonesian carbon. So this is not a long presentation, hopefully, just a brief one, because after me, Astrid will explore more about the research in blue carbon. So next. So I would like to start my presentation with the milestones, the blue carbon in Indonesia. So when we look back about 2010, when the blue carbon was introduced by UNEP, and I think that at the time we had the first blue carbon working group meeting in Bali. Yeah, is right? Yeah, Andreas, yeah, masalah ya. And then after that, Indonesian actively involved in blue carbon science. I think that 2011 or maybe Pak Indras, yeah. The blue carbon Indonesian research group was formed under the command of Captain Andreas. So, yeah, so I think that almost 5 years, yeah, Pak Andreas lead the team, yeah, and after that, Novi continue. So at the time, the scientists, the researcher in Indonesia try to identify whether how much the carbon stock, not only mangrove, but seagrass, and there are some publication, international publication, I think mostly about mangrove. And then as the science get advanced and the policy get aware about how important is blue carbon, and in about 2017, 2018, yeah, the Bapenas just sort of like trying to gather all the stakeholders, not only the government, but also NGO that involved in blue carbon activities, yeah, like mangrove, grass conservation and restoration. And then we try to sort of like build the framework, the strategy for the national blue carbon. And then also, like Mark just said, we met in Philippines, that how Indonesia was the leader in the region for the blue carbon. So, and after that, I think 2018, the Bapenas, under the National Action Plan of Greenhouse Gas Emission, they just start to sort of like having a working group for the marine and blue carbon sectors. So blue carbon, especially for mangrove, getting more attention for the policy. And then 2020, for the COVID, Indonesia tried to address the importance of climate mitigation, as we have the first NDC in 2016, the national midterm strategy, or we call it RPJM, put the blue carbon, not like expected blue carbon, but how we can protect and then also identify the importance of mangrove and seagrass in this region and the national priorities plan. And also the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries got the mandate from Kemenko, Pak Luhut, yeah, got a letter that so the ministry got the mandate to be the leader of the ocean issue for the climate change negotiation. And then during the COVID, even though that we don't have many progress in research because we cannot go field, so but in policy, so we have so many progress in policy. We try to put the blue carbon ecosystem, seagrass and mangrove, especially in marine sector, because mangrove already in NDC as the forest sectors, yeah. But for the seagrass and marine sectors, other marine sectors, we try to put them not only for mitigation, not only for adaptation, but also in mitigation, yeah. So I think that's why I think this workshop is very relevant for our goals, yeah, for the next NDC, update NDC, and also the blue carbon ecosystem already stated in the long-term the climate change and climate resilience, the LTS, LTCR guidance for Indonesia. And just last year, the government just issued what we call it the carbon value. So the regulation about sort of like carbon credit, yeah, for all the sectors, and they put blue carbon and marine sectors as one of the sectors can be sort of like account in the system. And just today, and not today, I mean like this year, the Ministry of Maritime Fisheries, just like yesterday, Pak Hendra told us, they have like the blue carbon roadmap. And then not only that, they try to run capacity building for the ministry staff, because we need a lot of things to do to prepare. If the marine sectors want to be incorporated in the NDC. So it's a long journey for us to get in the marine sectors into the NDC. So now we have to get prepared. And what is our goal next? For the second NDC, so we're thinking of, can be the seagrasses or maybe marine sectors can be included in the NDC as mitigation, not only for adaptation. So next. So in the last year, we have so many publications, yeah, published by Indonesian researchers, yeah. In the beginning, we have a lot of publication in mangrove, yeah, but now we have a lot of publication also for seagrasses, and later Astrid will show about the result, yeah, the research. And then next, and after that, for the policy, we try to how to mainstream the blue carbon into policy. So in the last 3 years, the government tried to seek the good pathway, the best pathway for the NDC, get the target. So that's why the marine sectors is getting attention for getting into the second NDC. So for the second NDC, as we have FRAL already now, the second FRAL, where the mangrove soil is included. So we achieved to get how to get the target by included the soil, mangrove soil, and seagrasses. So that's why I talked to Nikki like, how much Australia, Seagrass Australia contribute to NDC. So yeah, you can answer how much, yeah? So we have to think about it. And we already identified the challenge and opportunities. Get the marine sectors, I mean the seagrasses.
two major environmental settings, and in the area that is degraded and in relatively pristine. We trace the sources by using the isotopic approaches, because this one is matter, because when we talk about carbon budget and in carbon financing, usually the donor needs to clarify which carbon is derived from where this carbon derives from, because if the carbon is derived from the terrestrial, they may not want to fund this because it probably has already been calculated, something like that. But this is only the preliminary. Next. Yeah, in this area we also measure carbon stock, of course. Next. Carbon accumulation rates also, and this has been published. Next. Yeah, in the same area in Berau, East Kalimantan, we wanted to know how much the river and tide inputs influence carbon dynamics. So we set the stations close to the river and up to the farthest station, and in the island that is located in front of the river, and within one station we also took we set also 3 different sub station in the flood, in mudflat, in the mangrove, and in the transition to terrestrial vegetation to identify the influence of rivers and tides. Next. Yeah, this actually has not been completed yet, because this data was analyzed in Japan, and we still we haven't finished analyze them, so this is not published yet. But yeah, that's the preliminary results. Next. Okay, next, it's the same, it's just the carbon stock. And we also interested to address the government commitment on restoration of mangrove. We also try to understand how carbon accumulation rates in the rehabilitated mangroves by using latitude dating. We chose one area in Cisekat, Banten province, and we did the granulometric analysis, and we dated the sediment core. And it's interesting that before ponds construction, carbon organic content was from the old carbon to the recent carbon, carbon was lower, which we assume that carbon was emitted during the ponds construction. And the estimated carbon of after rehabilitation was about 0.5 megagram carbon per hectare per year, which is lower to the global estimates. But that's depending on the area, depending on the factors, many factors in the surrounding area that affect the rehabilitation. Next. We also interested to understand the carbon dynamic in marine setting mangroves, but because since we moved to Brin, we have limited access to laboratory, so we still hasn't have data yet for the sediment, so we only have biomass carbon right now, but so it's not published yet. Okay, next. Okay, now we move to seagrass. We also did seagrass research. Again, since we moved to BRIN, we have a limited access to lab facilities. So not all data have been completed analyzed. So this is only the some of the data, particularly about seagrass coverage in the Bajo Delta, because this area is influenced by a river, which assume that there is an impact on terrestrial runoff to seagrass ecosystem. Seagrass exists in front of the river, according to some literatures, but when we were there, we did not see any seagrass anymore in front of the river. So we wanted to know why the seagrass lost. So here we only have, up to now, we only have data on seagrass coverage on different seasons and carbon stock and isotopic carbon and nitrogen data. But yeah, we still need to analyze the data to be published. Next. One of our research also has already been published by Yusmiana. Maybe later she will explain more about that. But this is also one of our research. We wanted to know the impact of anthropogenic to seagrass carbon stock in the Spermonde Island, Sulawesi Selatan. We measure carbon sources and carbon stock. Okay, next. So what next? We already did carbon inventory. We measure productivity, accumulation rate, mapping. We also try to understand the livelihood, economic valuations. And what's next? We think that because we were the agency's staff, usually our research is to support government policy. So here we wanted to provide data for the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. And because they are encouraged to provide more data on seagrass to be included in NDC, so we think we also need to contribute to fill that gap, to fill to get more data for the ministry, because as you see that our research is mostly about mangroves, but only seagrass, and we need more research about that. So these sea corps I'm sure will benefit for the Indonesian government to achieve their target on Indonesian NDC. Okay, next. So before I close this presentation, I would like to thank the Blue Carbon team and SATRAP's Blue Care Project and the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. Next. The sky is blue in this morning. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Astrid. Okay. We have time for, yes, we have time for questions and discussions for both Frida and for Astrid. I have a question, maybe I can start for Frida. You were talking about not just the sort of data we need about estimates of stock and estimates of sequestration rates, but you mentioned activity data, and you mentioned the sort of activity data that you are getting for the mangroves. can you tell us a little bit more about how Indonesia is collecting the activity data for the mangroves, and are there lessons that we can learn from that that we can apply to the seagrass? Is that a difficult question? Well, and you can come back up the front. Yeah.
Okay, it's a hard question. Easy question, hard answer. Yeah. I think that Mbak Firni ya nanti bisa bantu kalau ada ini ya. Okay, here I have Firni because the activity data like we have now in Indonesia is like in FREL, yeah, we have the activity data for the mangrove degradation, yeah, from aquaculture ponds, and I think that we all, for mangrove, we still have few activity data, and for me, for seagrasses, that's what we now facing the challenges, yeah. That's why the ministry, the KKP need sort of like support, like scientific support, how to build the activity data from our experience in mangrove and maybe from the other sectors and also from the energies as well. I think that for Indonesia, we only have for mangrove for degradation for aquaculture, not maybe Firni can help me because mangrove is under KLHK for the climate change mitigation aspect component. Maybe can Firni help me to, yeah.
Thank you, Mbak Frida. Thank you, Matt. So, yeah, I'm Firni. I'm a former researcher from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, and now I'm currently joining BRIN with Bu Frida. Yeah, so in Ministry of Environment and Forestry, we have inventory plots here for all forest types, including mangroves. So I think these plots were established in the early 90s until now. But formally, these plots were designated for measuring the volume, yeah, of the trees, the standing stocks, not for carbon. But now, when the carbon issues is coming, so these plots were modified to be able to measure the biomass and carbon stocks and so on. And for all these inventory plots across Indonesia, we have mangrove plots as well. And I think at this moment, for our second FREL, we have included all the above ground carbon pull from all mangrove areas in Indonesia, and we have included it into the second FREL. But for the soil carbon stocks, that's a little bit tricky, Nikki. So yeah, we currently use the literature stock values, and also we use the emission factors that have been published. So, for example, I've been publishing a research paper on the emission factor from mangrove conversion to aquaculture ponds, and this emission factor has been used in our second FREL. Yeah, but then we need more emission factors for other land use cover change. So for example, from mangroves to oil palms, from mangroves to settlements, for example. So I think this is, yeah, this required another research. Yeah? So for ponds, at this moment we already have, but then for other land use change, we need to fill the gaps for the emission factors. And also for the soil carbon stocks. Probably that's my update, Ibu Frida. Thank you.
Thank you. It's okay? Or
Yeah.
it's
Well,
more
that-
answer from me?
No, that was perfect, and that was a great example of Indonesia teamwork, where the question to the speaker is phone a friend to help
Yeah,
answer.
phone a friend.
That's what we want.
That's the mangrove power.
Yeah, that's right. Look, and that's a great answer. The reason I ask the question is because at the moment with Seagrass, we're starting a little bit from the beginning in getting the stock data, and if the aim, like we've heard from Frida and from Astrid, is to get the information to start building into NDC and then to implement the IPCC guidelines, is we will need emission factor data. And just having the carbon stocks alone won't necessarily give us the emission factor data. So, by the way, if anybody doesn't know what an emission factor is, that's okay. You can come and talk to us and we can explain it, because some of these concepts aren't necessarily obvious. So in the seagrass, in the IPCC guidelines for seagrass, the main activity we need to consider is excavation by dredging or by something else. And so something to consider if for any future work is that we will need to start considering how to get those kind of data. So a thought for the conversation about Astrid's slide, what's next? Okay, too much from me. What about other questions or other points of conversation? Yes, I'm coming. Please.
Thank you. My name is Charlotte. You can call me Loche. My question to Miss Astrid. I want to know how to analyze carbon in mangrove. Is it analyzed directly or indirectly, means using an estimate of stem diameter, or is there another method? Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Ibu Charlotte, for the questions. For the biomass carbon, we measure the DBH, diameter at breast height, and using the allometric equations. We did not develop our own equations that we find from the literatures. And for the sediment carbon, we took sediment by core and analyzed in the laboratory. Thank you.
Which is very similar to what we're doing for seagrass, right? So, a little bit similar. Prof. Rohani.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Matt. So, after yesterday's, session and today, they're all interesting, about blue carbon, especially for seagrass. We know that our seagrass blue carbon is still far behind mangrove, but we want to go to that. So we want to, run to the same level with mangrove. And then for seagrass, I think there are two things that I try to understand since yesterday. One is about carbon trading, and then now is about how the seagrass ecosystems also, can contribute or take an important role in reduce emissions, like mangrove does. So we need the sequestrations, value, and what's emissions, conversions, etc. So I think this is a very important point, because until now, the seagrass is not yet get enough attentions from the governments in terms of funding also, because seagrass is able to tackle the climate change. How much, like the precise value to be able to get the, enough funding like mangrove does. Like for mangrove, I remember they have program, a big program, Pak Andreas, from the funder. 600,000 area of mangrove for the rehabilitations to be able to reduce the emissions to get Indonesia to achieve their target for IPCC. But for seagrass, we don't know how much large area of seagrass need to conserve or need to restore, if we need to restore it, to contribute to the, decreasing of the emissions in Indonesia. Maybe, yeah, still a long way to go, but I hope it's not too long. That's a really challenge for us, because we can actually copy like methods from the mangrove for some, even though seagrass characteristic little bit different with the mangrove. But I think I really believe that CSIRO, seagrass seagrass team here, especially able to get that to make seagrass positions at the same level with the mangrove. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Rohani. And your comments, I think, are just exactly the way we're thinking about. We do need to find how much carbon is being sequestered by the seagrass. At the moment, we don't know, and seagrass is maybe even a little bit more complicated because the sediment chemistry is different. That's maybe the next steps. The carbon finance, maybe I'm not going to touch that one for now. Different thing together. Did Frida or Astrid want to make any comments on any of that, including how we should think about the next steps of measuring sequestration, maybe?
Thank you, Bu Rohani. Like Matt said, that there's the things that we also concerned about seagrasses. At this moment, the KKP is preparing what you think about how to get seagrass into the climate change mitigation, not only adaptation, yeah. And we start to build we try to identify whether how much is the last 20 years, yeah. And then we found out that we don't have the data, yeah. And then next, after the baseline, we try to get how much is stock, yeah. Let's say seagrass is important for Indonesia climate mitigation, yeah, something like that. So that's why the KKP now try to, with UNDP, try to, let's say, establish the capacity, yeah, to not only to prepare the seagrass profile, yeah, for the conservation and rehabilitation, but also whether it's possible, feasible, and that's why we need to exchange the knowledge from maybe Australia, other countries, how they put the seagrass into this kind of effort, something like that. But we try to achieve all of the goals is 2024, yeah, that the marine sectors, including seagrass, can be included for the climate change mitigation action. Yeah. Whether, even though it is not very significant like mangrove, yeah, but hopefully we don't know yet. probably seagrass is more important, and we don't know yet. So that's why we need to do the research and we need to do exploring, yeah, and like that. Yeah.
So this morning at breakfast, I was talking to Bo Andreas about this, and one idea that we talked about, which we could think about, and I'm going to say it now so that you can think about it, is to have something like this, but in a forum where people who have data can bring the data and start building the database for Indonesia, and then we can have sessions on the laptop and analyze the data and bring our computer friends and start writing some code and develop the charts and the plots for Indonesia seagrass data, for at least the data that does exist, the biomass, the stock data. That seems like it's something that could be done, and it could be done before 2024, so that you could have that information. It's an idea, so how are we going for time? I keep forgetting to look. It's 10:40. It's time. It's break time. I forgot how to say break. Marikita or something. So let's take a break. When we come back, it will be Ayu who is going to chair the session. There are some little changes to the agenda, and because I keep forgetting my glasses, I have to walk back and get my glasses. So there's little changes to the agenda. We will come back at 11:20. After Prof. Rohani, we will also then have Pakwawan give a presentation. Then we will have lunch, and in the after lunch session, after Nick Mortimer, there will be a short presentation by Dr. Park. Then in the afternoon, if you want, I got some new data overnight on modelling seagrass distribution around Labuan Bajo. And if you like, I can show you that in the afternoon, but only if you want to. Okay, let's take a break. Thank you for the speakers. Let's But I'm not going to do the inventory workshop because what I will do is kind of happy to do it if they want me to, is to co-host a workshop where we can compile development data, get everyone on their laptops together.
And that would be the research input to
Yes, which is not the same as the inventory.
exactly. So my question is, can you recognise those that cool. So the 2012 and 2015 on the
Yeah. Oh, that was Rita's draft. Yep. Yeah, the arrow, the I've got to get their presentation. Can I have, Astrid, can I have a copy of your presentation?
They'll compile it, do it, but yeah.
Okay, good.
Individually.
Good.
It doesn't have to wait.
I just want to study it
Yeah.
tonight while I think about tomorrow. No, it's true.
Yeah. Can you email it to him? Yeah, so the stuff like this, the whole story. He did one. So he was doing the process of
That's why we wrote that paper with Daniel. That's why we wrote the paper. Because everyone can go, no, this is this, And then the scientists collect the data for the NPC. No, you won't.
someone may or may not.
Do you know how...
You should be able to understand academic stuff because
Carbon stock is
no,
amended.
the Prime Minister.
Carbon stock.
Yeah.
Wait. So no, it's not judging. But it's trying to work. Try to get that common understanding. Full stop. One sentence.
Dulu yang diundang ibu ke Taman Budaya Kuda Lautnya di mana ya? Pulau apa tuh?
Pulau Selayar. Di Tanah Keke juga ada.
Enggak, yang sama ibu sama dua mahasiswa lain 2 orang siapa ya?
Richard.
Ya, yang di Makassar.
Iya. Pernah ke Selayar saya bawa. Iya.
Bukan di Selayar ini mah.
Oh, yang Pulau Bali.
Oh, Pulau Bali.
Ya, ada.
Itu bisa juga ya?
Selamat siang Bapak Ibu sekalian. Good afternoon everyone. So we are going to continue with the next session. So is everybody here from the break? All right. So I will be the chair for this session. Firstly, I would like to thank this opportunity. Thank you for the organizer, Cesaro and Kemenko Marves for this wonderful event. My name is Yusmiana Rahayu. I'm working as a researcher previously I was in KKP, but now I transferred to BRIN together with the Blue Carbon Research Group. But now I'm on study leave. I'm still a student. I'm doing PhD in the University of Western Australia. So it's really nice to be back here after 2 years stuck in Perth. Yeah, I really miss Indonesian food. Yeah, so, all right, so we have a very good warming up this morning with the blue carbon in Indonesia, with the overview, what we have done, and we can see that Indonesia already the research and policy on mangrove is more advanced compared to the seagrass. So as the title of this workshop is more into seagrass, the session we will start to talk more about seagrass, the overview about seagrass, and we will have two wonderful presenters. The first one is Ibu Professor Rohani, and we will have after that Pak Wawan. They are really great seagrass expert, I would say. I'm really happy to learn from them, to be here together and discuss many things. And yeah, after that we will have open discussion. If you have any concern, any ideas, any questions, we will have more discussion after both presenters. So firstly, I would like to introduce our first speaker, Professor Dr. Rohani Amburape from Hasanuddin University, Makassar. So Ibu Rohani got her bachelor degree from Hasanuddin University and master degree from IPB, Bogor University, and then her doctoral degree from University of Newcastle, Australia. And she has a lot of experience in seagrass research, so yeah, without further ado, now I will invite Bu Rohani to start sharing about seagrass in Indonesia. I offer to you, Ibu.
Sorry, so I couldn't move the slide, or just say next?
Pointer, yeah.
Okay, that's only 4 points. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning. I'm really grateful to be here. So thanks for the organizer, thanks for Matt and team from CSIRO, and thanks to Pak Andreas Hutahan from Kemenko Marves for inviting me to come here to share about the seagrass, my lovely ecosystems that I studied since 2003. So I would like to talk or share information about the seagrass in Indonesia, more like overview of the seagrass ecosystem, especially in Indonesia and their livelihood. So this is my first slide showing you the species of the seagrass that we have in Indonesia. So far, we have 16 species that existing, and I think there are 14 that actually exist, and 2 others we just found in a herbarium collections in Bogor. That's Halophila beckeri and Rupiah maritima. And yeah, this is the Thalassia hemprichae. That's the most dominant seagrass species, occur all over Indonesian waters, and Halus the biggest species that we have in Indonesia, and other species that maybe I don't need to read about. Please next. And also I would like to show you like the rediscovery of seagrass species just published in 2020, where this team found Halophila major in 4 locations in Indonesia, and also Halophila spinulosa that's found in South Sulawesi. Actually, it's not far from Hasanuddin University. That's in Takala Regency. So, but they occur in a very small patch, And then always like that. So never extend the area, just about, probably about 2 by 2 meters. And then they're always there. So that's why we really, you know, concerns about this seagrass, because maybe they will lose very quickly if we don't like protect them or conserve them. Okay, that's, so in total, next please. So in total, we have 16 seagrass species so far in Indonesia, including Halophila beccari and Ruppia maritima that just known from the herbarium collections. And then the nature of Indonesian seagrass bed, so maybe you found monospecific bed, only composed of one seagrass species, but mostly multi-specific bed that compose more than 2 species of seagrass. Sometimes we found even 8 species in one bed altogether, like in Nusa Tenggara, I don't know, in Labuan Bajo. And the dominant species that I mentioned before, this is from LIPI data monitoring, that Thalassia, that's the most dominant seagrass species, occur almost in all locations in Indonesia, and followed by Enhalosaccharoides. Next, please. Now, this is a seagrass distribution. I'm not going to talk about this too much because next session will be the mapping. So just show you briefly the seagrass distribution in Indonesia. This is all the green dot, that's the seagrass. Next, please. And also the seagrass areal extents in Indonesia. So the data said that our seagrass area is decreasing, but how much is decreasing, we don't know yet. So maybe the next talk we will hear about it. Next, please. And then current state or current status of Indonesian seagrass. This is from publications that we wrote together with Swansea, Richard Answorth from Swansea University in 2018, 2018, where at that time we invited seagrass experts all over Indonesia, and then at that time we just able to invite about 20 because not many people actually doing seagrass research. So actually that's very hard to find people that really focus on seagrass for their research. So we just able to have about 20 people, and then we ran a focus group discussion at that time, and then we analyzed the data, and yeah, fortunately it published in 2018, and then that's become, I think, the first publications from Indonesian side for the seagrass conditions. So this is also the second paper that just published in 2021, collaborative paper with BRIN now, LIPI before, with KKP and from university people also. So we know that from these 2 papers, we know that our seagrass in Indonesia is under threat. Maybe it's declining, but we don't know how much. Some people said 40% of the seagrass area of Indonesia is already lost. But yeah, the threat exists. So what kind of threat? So we are in a moderate condition now. Our seagrass considerably in a moderate conditions. It's not so good for the moderate conditions. Next, please. So what threats that make our seagrass in that conditions? So we have a lot of activities, anthropogenic activities that affect, that influence negatively of our, on our seagrass. So this is these nice pictures that I get from this book, Status Ekosistem Lamun di Indonesia, tahun 2021, written edited by Ibu Susi and Pak Udi, and then that's a lot of Seagrass people also contributing to this. And that's so that's a lot of anthropogenic activities that affect our seagrass condition in Indonesia. Pollutions, increased populations that make increase building, housing that take seagrass area, reclamations, aquaculture like a seaweed aquaculture, unsustainable fisheries because we have a lot of artisanal fisheries that using seagrass area as their fishing habitat. Next, please. Whereas we know that Indonesian seagrass is not just Indonesian seagrass. Seagrass ecosystem itself have a huge ecosystem services. And for Indonesian seagrass, it's very clear we have this a lot of ecosystem services from seagrass as contributing oxygens, air, and then providing a lot of biodiversity to the marine habitat and providing food for community. As a tourist area also, even though it's not as much as coral reefs area, and etc. You can see here we have also dugong, seahorse, the charismatic species, sea turtles in the Labuan. So from the seagrass habitat, we have also like charismatic species that need to be conserved, need to be protected by of course protecting their habitat. Next, please. Now I want to focus on seagrass ecosystems as a provisioning in terms of their provisioning services for livelihood, where they provide community with blue food. So that's a new term, blue food. Why? Because seagrass support a high fisheries productivity through nursery habitat, as a fishery habitat where they doing actual fisheries, and trophic subsidy to adjacent fisheries. Next, please. And then this is the actually informations that I try to collect from literatures, especially local paper report, to try to see how much the seagrass fisheries in Indonesia, is it worldwide, all over Indonesia or not? And then I found that especially in eastern side of Indonesia, even though there is also information from western, and from western side, Java. And then we see that from this table, it's a long table actually that I made from the information. So seagrass ecosystem services provide blue food, and then that's become a target for fisheries. And then we call it seagrass fisheries. That's happening or occurring all over Indonesia. Next, please. So, seagrass fisheries in Indonesia as a livelihood is really important. This is a map drawing by Answorth et al. 2020. And then we can see that this green, that where the seagrass fishery is located. So that's almost all over Indonesia. Next, please. This is, I just want to show you a kind of seagrass fisheries, about the fishing methods, fishing gear that they're using to catch a fish in a seagrass area. They're using different kind of nets. They're using zero. This is really big constructions of this fishing method in a seagrass area. Next, please. And then this is gleaning fisheries. This also new terms actually. Why they call it gleaning fisheries? Because the community or the coastal community or the people, they just walk to the seagrass, on the seagrass during the very low tides, and then collecting whatever they able to collect to sell or for their own consumptions in their household. So this is all the activity mostly done by women and children. So this is also the social aspect of these activities. Next, please. And then this is the some of the organisms that they collect. They even also collect fruit of Enhalus acroides. So we know that Enhalus acroides, they produce quite big fruit, and then the seed is edible. It's like a peanut taste. And my student is already write this in her paper, my PhD students that really look this into detail, why the community take these fruits, how the nutrition compositions of these. And then, yeah, that's very good actually for the nutritional value. And this is a lot of different kind of diadema and gastropods, many kinds of gastropods. So whatever organisms that able to collect edible and have economic value, they will collect. Next, please, yeah. And this is publications from Richard Answorth, because this guy is really very good in assessing the fisheries, especially about seagrass fisheries in Indonesia. And then we can see this is from Wakatobi data. So seagrass area is the main habitat for fishing. So compared to seagrass and coral reefs, seagrass and pelagic area, coral reefs alone, pelagic site, and different habitats, we can see that the people, the percentage of collections of fish and invertebrates mainly done in a seagrass for fish and invertebrate. So, and then this is percentage of household that doing fish and invertebrate collections is higher in a seagrass area compared to coral reefs and pelagic or coral reefs. So it shows us how important the seagrass for the community. Next, please. And then this is very recent publications from our teams about the seagrass fisheries if we compare between Indonesia and other countries. So we compare Indonesia with Cambodia, Sri Lanka, and Tanzania. And we see that seagrass area is the most preference of the area where the households depend on for their income. If we comparing to coral reefs and other habitats. So even though between the country, we can show that Indonesia is really depend. Indonesian community, especially that live near the coastal area, in an island, small islands, they really depend on seagrass for their livelihoods. Next, please. And then I try to find the information for economic value of seagrass fisheries that actually it's quite good. They're able to support the livelihood of the coastal communities. This is data from East Bintan, Riau, Banten Bay, Wakatobi, from Maluku, and Papua, and from Derawan. So it's quite significant for their livelihood. Next, please. But yeah, we need management. Seagrass fisheries management doesn't exist yet. So seagrass fisheries, mostly they are small-scale fisheries using small boats, sometimes without engines, just sampan, or if they're using engine, just a small engine, so their area just in the seagrass. And multi-species, they catch whatever they get, multi-species target, and multi-gear could be passive and selective. And predominantly in developing countries like us, Indonesia, and insufficient management. Next, maybe that's the last slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Rohani. I think it's a really interesting presentation. We have a very wonderful or complete review about seagrass ecosystem in Indonesia. Well, if you have already questions, please keep it at the end of this session, because we are now continue to our next speaker, Bapak Wawan Kiswara. Pak Wawan is retired from LIPI and currently active in Lamina or Yayasan Lamun Indonesia. So he will also share about his experience. So Pak Wawan, I offer to you.
Wabarakatuh. Sorry. Good morning. And actually, I will to thanks first to Matt for invitation for this workshop, and also for the CSIRO, that's and for the Kemenko Invest, and also for the organizer. Actually, this is an idea how to map, how to using map to calculate the seagrass carbon in the seagrass carbon. And I am Wawan Kiswara. Actually, I retired in 2016 from RCO, Pusat Penelitian Oceanography LIPI, and then I was helped by Mr. Bayu Prayuda, Permanent Center for Oceanography BRIN, and Mr. Fahur Roji from Yayasan Terumbu Karang Foundation Terangi. And my email w.kiswara@gmail.com. Actually, this is a very simple idea. When 19 Miss Kanbei using Garmin GPS, the first version, the data appear in the machine after 3 or 4 minutes. And I'm not expert on GIS, or just simple person on how to map. And I just talk with one of our participants. According to me, this map is how to draw the nature. For example, this seagrass bed to the paper. And in GPS, we can get latitude and longitude. And in the map, we had also latitude and longitude. And then when I was in Miskan Bay, I draw the map manually from the map from our research vessel. I asked them to borrow that map, and I did manually. Finally, that I can. But now I am not expert on remote sensing, and I ask. Mundur. Tolong sebelum. I asked Mr. Bayu and Pak Roji to do for using satellite data to map seagrass in Pari Island. Next. It is transect 100 meters perpendicular to the shorelines. According to me, this is for monitoring purposes, not for study, for seagrass community structures and blue carbon study. Maybe we can more detail after this presentation. And not accurate for blue carbon studies in the seagrass ecosystem. And for study community structure of seagrass, use transect from the coast to the reef edge, starting from the with measurement zonation distribution of seagrasses. And the length for collecting of samples is 10% of zonation distance. Next, please. Here there's a monitoring and status and condition of seagrass bed and blue carbon study in the seagrass ecosystem. And then we know that this monitoring program in the wood from seagrass watch and then seagrass net. Seagrass watch use 3 transect perpendicular to the shoreline, 50 meter long, and seagrass net 3 transect parallel to the shoreline in the tidal areas in the middle and always covered by 50 meters, the 50 meter long transect. And this is, the program is to anticipate the impact of fisheries to the seagrass ecosystem. And the seagrass watch for community from children to the elderly, and seagrass net for researchers. Seagrass grow underwater, it needs diving equipment. And the second topic is status and condition the seagrass bed Ministry Infram Decree number 200 year 2004, still under revision. Actually, it is more 3 years, it still not exist. And then come COVID, and then still under table. And it's the transect perpendicular to the shoreline, starting from the beach to the reef edge, measuring zonation of seagrasses. The length for collecting sample is 10% of zonation distance. And then questionnaire to the local people to get information on the changing of seagrass bed. It's adapting from Dugong questionnaire from CIMS Abu Dhabi. And then this is the study for community structure study of seagrass bed, status and condition of seagrass bed in the ecosystem, and changing loss of seagrass bed, for example, species, percent cover, density, and the area. And for blue carbon study, ideally we have to use map, and then area of seagrass bed as basic for calculating carbon stock and carbon sequestration. This is a global sense for adaptation and mitigation. Next. This mapping seagrass beds, analyzing the satellite images by using GIS softwares, measuring the area of seagrass bed by using Google Earth, tracking the border of the beds by using GPS, by walking during low tide, and by using boat during high tide. Here as an example, tracking the border of seagrass bed at the turbid water. The first person holds the oars to drive the boat. Second person hold the GPS, measuring the mapping position. The third person snorkels and signals with his feet when he encounters seagrass. Next. Yeah, an example how to map seagrass on monospecific and halus in Parry Island. Here in a shallow site, in A, in here in the depth site, from the student from ITB to CIDIC 2015. Next. This is the result. This is stock carbon in the shallow areas, 4,618.7 meters square, time 259.27 gram carbon per meter square is 1,168.33 kilogram carbon. Here in the deep, the area is 1,333 meter square time 356.99 gram carbon per square meter, and is 17,061.16 kilogram carbon. Here for carbon sequestration from the area, and this liter plotting we use using kgs for this one, and then in the water is the value. Next. This one of the results, 10% of seagrass in Parry Island. This is starting transplantation of Enhalus and Thalasia in 2009. And then continue as transplant site for marine tourist attraction from basic school, secondary school, high school Bogor, nature school, and then summer course IPB from Japanese students, and student for ITB and student for IPB. And the result of transplantation in 2001, it was helped by Mr. Roji. The area is 3,425 square meter. And when I calculate how many meter per year, around 263.46 meter square per year. From starting to this 2021. Next. This is an example how to make map from the seagrass cover. I got from Staple 1961. Here the Acorides, Telesia hembrichii, and here's Semodosia rotundata. Here's the percent cover from 0 to 60. Actually, he used percent cover to map the seagrass in Makassar. Next. Here is an example. This loss of seagrass bed at Pari Island, 67.83 hectare from 1999 to 2003 from Kawaru et al. 2010. Without any threat, both natural and anthropogenic. Next. This is an example. This is a threat on seagrass, natural and anthropogenic. This is a blowout in Sanur, Bali. Here drift of leaves in Kuta Lombok. Here reclamation in Banten Bay. And here seaweed calder in Rote. Next. This is, and then from that, I asked my colleagues in the library of the Brin, and I got this map, and then the pattern of Jakarta Bay, lowest tide during night, and west monsoon, and second traditional wet season in west monsoon, and in the second traditional season. This is the low tide during night, and a high tide during, and then when the lowest tide during the day in east monsoon and second traditional season. This one. And next. And then I conclude that the lowest tide during the east monsoon and second traditional season can act as trigger of booming filamentous algae on the substrate, on the substrate, and the seagrass leaves. Next. And then is another example from filament algae in Indonesia, for example, Lampanairi bau-bau, I got in March 2019, in Labuan Island, June 2008, in Brak Bintan, June 2019, and Sekotong Lombok, November 2017. Next. Here is the result from Mr. Bayu and then Mr. Roji. I asked them how to make map based on the season. Here in west monsoon, here is first traditional season, here is in east monsoon, here in second traditional season. Here the area is 115 point, I cannot read, and here's 116, and in the east monsoon 158, and in the second traditional 160. Next, become more clear. Here the result. In the west monsoon area in 115.35 hectares. In first traditional season 116.69 hectares. And east monsoon 150.04 hectares. And in the second traditional season 138.66 hectares. And the most important thing, only the different area west monsoon and between west monsoon and east monsoon 34 hectares, 0.69 hectares, 34.69 hectares, only in 6 months. Actually, it's impossible. Actually, normally impossible. The changes of seagrass growing very, very fast. And I was thinking, seagrass is not like terrestrial plant. For example, during the season, we have a football field. There's no seagrass anymore. But after 3 or 4 times rain, maybe in 3 or 4 weeks, and then grow seagrass very, very fast. And seagrass not like as a terrestrial plant. I don't know how. And then next. And mapping by using satellite data is easier and faster than tracking by using GPS. And Mr. Bayu and Mr. Roji only maybe 5 hours to make that maps. And can cover last area if only use technique GIS, mapping can produce fast images, as I saw earlier. Because when west monsoon, east monsoon, the area very, very different. And how to deal with it? Observe the tidal pattern, the area by using the table from Indonesian Navy table, analyzing the satellite database on differentiation according to the tidal pattern. I was present previous slide, and observe the objects, seagrass feed, if they are booming of filamentous algae, and then ground truth based on generation pattern of seagrass bed. Next. This is blue carbon concept. This is the data of our workshop. Actually, for my opinion, this function of coastal ecosystem as carbon stock and carbon sequestration, blue carbon as old stuff with new name. Why this word? Because when old stuff, the produce of biomass and production in gram dry weight area per time as for coastal ecosystem studies, and new name the produce of biomass and production in gram carbon area time and time for global change studies. Next. This is an example. Actually, this the first community structure study of seagrass ecosystem in Indonesia during Seagrass expedition to 1984 with Ninhaus, and then here this seagrass species and the material, leaves, shoot, and rhizome. Here number of samples, here average, and here standard deviation. As evidence that blue carbon is old stuff with new name. Next. Maybe before from September, maybe sebelumnya Pak. Yeah, this as example, September study the carbon percentage in the sediment. Is carbon percent, carbon on the coral sand, coral islands, and sediment from region from land. This total carbon, organic carbon, this the values. And the values. Next. Here's from sample, from his thesis, from seagrass and litter of leaves on the beach and in the net. Here's the number of samples. This is the values with standard deviation. Next. Seagrass is unique, and seagrass can grow in the very, very turbid water. This is my experiences when I was in Banten Bay. At the seagrass bed of Banten Bay in 1990, diving knife of an inch from the max is not visible. Only very, very close to our eyes. Measuring surrounding distribution of seagrass at Miskan Bay, Sunda Strait, 1992, by using our pinches, even though the water bed is only 60 centimeters. Because so very turbid. And then the sea is not static. twice every month, the lowest and the highest tides occur when the moon is dark and the moon is full. So seagrasses can still receive sunlight to carry out their photosynthesis. And alhamdulillah, I got research from Lee and Danton, 1979, shading experiment of Telesia tesselinium at Corpus Christi Bay, Texas, with 5% of surface irradiance died after 200 days. And 40% of surface irradiance died after 490 days at the end of the experiment. Next. Here the most very important thing. Try not to make mistakes. Yeah, from these figures, when I was in Pari Island, several students from a university in East Java, one of them said, our lecturers told us that seagrass, different species of seagrass can grow from the same rhizome. This actually maybe he or she studied on the textbook and it's literature and never go to the field to see the real seagrass. And now everybody use these pictures at the rhizome. It's one example. Try not to make mistakes. And next. This sampling perpendicular to shoreline, 100 meters. The numbers of seagrass species in Bintan is 11 species. The real result of the transect perpendicular to the shoreline, 100 long, is only reported 5 species of seagrasses. And now, how can imagine how many people, students, researchers, scientists, and NGOs, etc., can make mistakes in accurate and data when they study carbon in the seagrass by using transect 100 meter long. Maybe in for next discussion, because the ideal to calculate carbon stocks must be used by the map. And how to make the map, this most big question, because when I discuss with Mr. Bayu, very difficult to make map from seagrass bed. Different than mangrove. And now for his study, he changed from seagrass to mangrove. Yeah, next. And then another example, to calculate the area per meter square to hectare was divided by 100. And I found the thesis of a university in Jakarta in the same time, in a year. Is calculating the area of seagrass bed per meter square to hectare was only divided by 100, should be divided by 10,000. It's also, be careful, try not to make mistake, because the people after us can do this mistake, because, yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Wawan, for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you very much.
All right, then now we are continuing to the open discussion after we have more information from Ibu Rohani and Pak Wawan. So we are also online in Zoom and YouTube. So if there is questions from Zoom and YouTube, please let me know. And if some of you have any question already, yes, we have one over there. Okay, so please, Ibu, your name and institution. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ibu Rohani and Pak Wawan, for the great presentations. For Pak Wawan especially, from your years and years of experience, what will be the most fascinating stories when you are doing the field research? That's one question. And the second question, from your perspective as a scientist, what will be the lesson learned if we would like to sort of like transfer the knowledge that you have in the field into development programs maybe, or community empowerments, or how to connect with the answer from PubMed in building awareness maybe? That will be the idea, so that we are trying to reduce the gap between the science and the local community, so that we can have sustainable seagrass in the long run. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Actually, I was studying in Pelajaran Bandung University. My lectures, this almarhum Dr. Effendi Asumarja asked me to work from our campus, from Dago to near the Batan, close to ITB. And at the end of the working, we have to talk about what our have been seen during the work. From the campus to the ITB. And then from that, I got 4 words: observation, analyzing, and then conclusion, and then second, tindakan, action. Only 4 words: observation, and then analyzing, conclusion, and then action. And when I was in Pari Island, 1982, I saw that on the beach below the Reservoir Stilosa, maybe thousands of hundreds of propagules. But how many can be counted? Less than 10 or 20 seedling on that. Why? And then analyzing, oh, maybe when the high tide, the propagal fall down and lying on the sea surface, impossible to can grow. And then low tide, in the substrate is mud, the propagals easy to push to the substrate and can grow. And from this, conclusion and an action, I did experiment how to plant it. Mangrove using different depth of propagule, 1/4, 1/3, half, and 3/4. And then the distance of propagules 50 centimeter and 1 meter. And alhamdulillah, but I left Pari Island in 1984 because at the time our project only to Jakarta Bay, and I told to Mr. Huni, our college, if we still in Pari Island Station as researcher, we only can see the Jakarta Bay, but our college can see all of Indonesian islands. Oh no, and I moved to biology department in our office in Jakarta. And after that, I never go to Pari Island again. And alhamdulillah now, actually everybody can see this research. Actually, at the 1982, I was, I was laughing. Why one planting mangrove? This, but I angry. I can give oxygen for everybody in Pari Island, also for me when I was in Pari Island. I am so not support. Oh, you good idea. And jadi for only forward. This the most maybe important for everybody because I have wrote 3 articles about roof garden. Actually, it's from Babylonia 4,000 years ago. Yeah, because from my home to my office, using a motorcycle, I saw in the hotel, in houses, so many garden on the roof. And then I wrote 3 articles. But when I asked my director, there's a seminar in Surabaya for his hygiene permit to go there. No, this is not sea, it is for the land. But I have to send to prison and I give to my prison. I use the plane from Jakarta to Surabaya to give this to my friends, and then from Surabaya come back by the plane because not permit from my director. And for the second question, actually, if I met people who work on Seagrass, I give my PowerPoint presentation. I give my researcher almost 33 gigabyte for researcher. And alhamdulillah, when we were maybe 15 years ago, we have to go to perpustakaan library to collect all of the research. But now we can get from our house using Google. Actually, my computer more than 1 month still on. to collect all the information for researcher. And now to share my experiences, I asked Baya Santrangi to help them to study seagrass. Actually, they have program from ICCTF Bapenas in Papua, but my daughters not allow me to go there. Oh, still COVID, still very high the COVID. Alhamdulillah, the last project I still come to Sorong to buy Waisai Raja Ampat. I still can, but my technician actually formally school is from basic school, but now he is a dive master. But I still the first step of dive. But for me, is the important thing. Using dive gears not influence for our working on the water, because somebody I have no time, I have no tired after collecting sample, sorting sample. But for my technician, he was asked by coral team to research on the coral reef. Maybe that's the first forwards, and I just said to Ayu, please come to my home. I gave, so yeah, maybe I am not more than 10 years, I will die and then yes, give to everybody. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you very much, Pak Wawan. It's a really wonderful, yeah, you have a lot of experiences on seagrass research. Yeah, I'll be honored to come to your house and talk to you more. I think we have question from Zoom or YouTube. Wait, I think I'll just, can somebody please read or show it in the screen? Or I'll just come, all right. Oh, no? Nggak ada, Astrid? Nggak ada pertanyaan? Okay. Oh, but we have Mbak Susi here.
Thank you, Mbak Ayu. Bu Rohani, may I add some information, Bu Rohani? As Bu Rohani mentioned about the book of seagrass status Indonesia in 2021, so the book actually is the output of seagrass monitoring through CorMap CTI program from 2015 to 2021. So actually we have the data about seagrass degradation in Indonesia from the monitoring over 6 or 7 years. We try to estimate the degradation from some of area as the representative of Indonesia. So we found that the seagrass degradation rate in Indonesia is about 3% each year from, over the 6 or 7 years. And then in the books, we also provide the current status of seagrass based on Seagrass Ecological Quality Index in Indonesia in how many locations? In around 30, around 40 or 30 locations across Indonesia. So yeah, if it's as information for all of you. So actually we have the degradation rate of seagrass in Indonesia now. Yeah, thank you.
Wonderful, thank you, Mbak Susi, for your information. Yes, I think the book is available, right? The newest book, and it can be downloaded.
Yeah, but unfortunately, actually we tried to translate to English, but we hired a consultant, but the result is not really ecological language, so we still try to do some editing. But if there's available in English, I will share to all people here. Thank you.
Right, great, thank you very much. But if you need Indonesian version, it's available and it's free for okay. But we still have Bu Frida. Yeah, it's okay if we have extended time, right? Silakan Bu Frida.
Okay, thank you. I would like to ask probably to Pak Wawan and Bu Rohani. I believe that you are the expert, know about the seagrass in Indonesia. Yeah, how the extent of Indonesia. So in terms of mapping, in your opinion, in your perspective, how feasible to map Indonesian seagrass? I mean, like how long it takes and maybe the effort, something like that. Can be mapping in about maybe 2 years or 3 years, something like that for whole Indonesian. Because now in mangrove we have national mangrove map. So if you want to have seagrass mangrove map, how? And second one, maybe is I would like to ask about the seagrass, about seagrass restoration. Seagrass restoration, yeah, because it's maybe related to carbon, yeah. So is there any experience from you about the seagrass restoration? Thank you.
Iya, Bu Rohani mungkin itu, ya.
Ya, terima kasih. Okay, yeah, after me, Pak Wawan will add some information. So about the, yeah, we have a dream also to have a one map seagrass of Indonesia, and then hopefully our dreams come true. So this year we have small funding to write a framework first, how to be able to map the seagrass in Indonesia for the whole. So yeah, Indonesian seagrass is a bit challenging because we have, you know, the distributions. Also, like we have like a seagrass in Australia, in a turbid water, in a clear water, in a carbonate sand, in heterogeneous sands. So many challenges for the mapping people. But we have a really, I think, mapping people is increasing in number in Indonesia also. One of that is Mas Prama, and so we are very positive and that we able to do that. So if Ibu Frida asking how long, we can ask Mas Prama later on how long to get that project done, and then we have that one map seagrass like mangrove does. And then in terms of seagrass restorations, yeah, I did some experiments and then try to scale up the experiments to the seagrass restoration that it's quite a big scales, and then I try already different methods like using, you know, transplant, and then using seed, using combinations, and then they're very I think potentials if that's ready for, I think, for the scaling up. But of course we still need to map the area that we can do, like the site selections to do the restorations, seagrass restorations in a in a mass. And I think the problem is because we know the methods, we wanna try that, implement it in a, you know, field setting, but we don't have like a need from the government. So I think we need that. So if they, the government asks, okay, can you do this seagrass restorations because we need seagrass area to combat the climate change, and then we can do. Okay, that's, thank you, Bu Frida.
Yeah, thank you. Pak Wawan mungkin mau, yes.
Thank you very much. There's a question, the very easy question but very difficult to answer. How long to map seagrass? Very, because yeah, actually from Mr. Bayu, he changed his topic for his thesis from seagrass to mangrove. Because I just discussed with Mr. Prama, very difficult to map seagrass because seagrass, some areas grow on the very turbid water. We cannot see, although only 1 inch in front of our marks. satellite lens is maybe how many kilometers above the sky? How they can, yeah, and then but from my experiences, very time consuming if by doing for tracking using GPS. But from this presentation this morning, before BRIN, there are Seagrass scientists in Ministry of Forest and Ministry of KHK, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, and then from KKP, this Ministry of Fisheries. But now under the roof, one roof in BRIN. And now they can collaborate it. Maybe also we can use this for mapping of seagrass. Because I know that many people expert on seagrass mapping. NGOs from TNC, Mr. Prama from University, and from Institute Research, and can collaborate it, and they divided the area how, no, Mr. Prama impossible to map seagrass of Indonesia. And Mr. Prama for Java, Mr. Pulan in Sumatra, Mr. Pulan C in Kalimantan. They work together, maybe less than 10 years, and have a map as mangrove. By collaboration, maybe that's my ideas. But for seagrass study must be very objective and accurate for seagrass, because from actually I believe that decrease in Pari Island to 1999 2004, 67.83 hectares lost, because I know that in Pari Island it's booming seaweed mariculture. But when I Pamumu, not all seagrass reflect used for this planting seaweed. And then finally I have evidence pictures, and from my experiences when I was as young scientist in Pari Island Station during low tide exposed, and then maybe this trigger to the blooming of filament algae. And then for second question, restoration. Actually, in the world there are two method, machinal and manual. Machinal in Australia and in America using pelling, published by Pelling et al. By giga, but also manual. And one of the method is by plug. And the seagrass using by cores, PVC cores, and then I was thinking, this is time consuming, and we need a place to put the seedling from the PVC core, and then we need space in the boat, and then also from the forward observation, and the second is analyzing, and conclusion and action. And then, because when I was in Pari Island, the people collected tridacna, cell of tridacna, by using crowbar. They put to the separate the rounds, and when they heard sound for the cell of the tridacna, they dig and collect it. And then when I planted Pragol of Rijopora, I use also this method, because we are terrestrial man using cangkul for dig in the garden, and in the sea impossible, because when we dig and then the sand from the hole, and I did by using crowbar or wood of cylinder wood with runcing sap at the end of the bamboo, and then I turn around, and I use single shoot seedling of an halus and sprig for non halus. And then you already saw the result. And alhamdulillah, and I was asked by Journalist Day first, and the funding from Pertama to planting seagrass in Ambon. From one university, maybe around 1 hectare, only 2 hours. 1 hectare, only 2 hours. But they asked only how to plant seagrass. They didn't ask how to collect seagrass. I don't know the how to collect seagrass, and then there is no monitoring from after planting. But one of our colleagues who works in Ambon Research Center, he sent pictures of this transplant of analysis. And I am very happy that still, but I don't know how big the analysis transplant seedling, but I saw not only analysis, I saw telesia, I saw semodosia. Maybe there's maybe analysis a strap for seed from another species. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much for this wonderful discussion, Bu Rohani, Pak Wawan, and all the participants. I think it's time for us to have a lunch break, but yeah, for discussion about restoration, I think we need one special session. It's going to be very interesting, Matt. Yeah, please note that. And don't worry, after that we will have a next session on mapping. So please keep your question for that, for the next session. All right, so thank you very much, everyone. Let's please give a round of applause to our beautiful speakers. Now, please enjoy your lunch, and we will come back here at 1:30 for the mapping session. Thank you very much.
Okay. So let's everyone come back to your seats and resume the Indonesia Blue Carbon reunion that we're having today. So the last questions of the morning session were about how can we map seagrass in a way that will be consistent in 2 years' time, and we can do it again. Now, it's the perfect question to introduce this afternoon's session, because this afternoon we are going to talk all about mapping and the different technologies for mapping and some of the ways that that's been started in Indonesia by different people, including as part of the CCOPS project, but also more generally. And to kick off a discussion about mapping, who better than Dr. Andy? Dr. Andy Stephen from CSIRO is Director of Strategy and Blue Growth based in Brisbane. So Dr. Andy will be gazing at the horizon and thinking about how we can map seagrass now, today and tomorrow and into the future. So over to you, Dr. Andy. You have your full complement of time.
Well, thank you, Dr. Matt, for those genuflections. You can now go and sit in the back. And for those of you who are having to suffer through another presentation from mine, my apologies up front. But really what I'm going to try to achieve today, channeling Ka Nikki's comments yesterday around the what, why, how, I want to set the framing for how might we move forward in terms of a national mapping using Earth observation. And so I want to update you on, I guess, some of the new approaches that are available in Earth observation, show you some case studies of products that are out there, talk a little about some of the infrastructure and things like that. Oh, and there's my presentation, thank you. So just to summarize that, I'm going to stand over here out the way. I want to come back to why we need national scale mapping of blue carbon ecosystems and what we need it for. The key message there is it needs to be fit for purpose, and there's many different reasons why we do that. What are the challenges associated with mapping and monitoring of blue carbon, in particular seagrass? I want to update you, as I said, what's the state of the art in terms of Earth observation that could be used for mapping of seagrass and blue carbon more generally. How do we ensure those maps are accurate and fit for purpose? And lastly, some thoughts on what's the national and regional, and when I say regional, I mean the broader Indo-Pacific, infrastructure capacity development that might be required to really translate this into action. So there's many reasons for mapping, and Indonesia in many respects leads the world with one map in terms of really thinking that spatial information is fundamental to delivering on a whole range of things, and unless you get the underlying data right and the products right and the infrastructure right, it is not cost effective, it disaggregates data, and it loses value, which I'll come to. So there's many different reasons, GHG emissions, nationally determined contributions, biodiversity targets such as the 30 by 30 target for MPAs, broader conservation objectives related to MPAs and marine spatial management. Of course, we want to monitor the condition of ecosystems over time and try and relate that to the impacts of management of anthropogenic activities so that we can pull the right management levers. We want to meet the Sustainable Development Goals, and increasingly we are framing a lot of what we're reporting on in terms of natural capital accounting, where we're starting to incorporate some of the ecosystem services we've heard about over the last day and a half. That includes ocean accounting. Planning and development for a blue and green economy, deciding where it is you want development to occur that's not going to compromise the integrity of blue carbon and other ecosystem assets, as well as the livelihoods of people, really need to be thought about, all of which depends on good, accurate, cost-effective, systematic mapping. So let's talk about that. But first, as Dr. Matt knows, I'm prone to conceptual flights of fancy, so please indulge me as I work you through this. But it really speaks to the reasons for mapping and how they influence our choice of Earth observation. So we might be interested in measuring the total extent of mangroves or the total extent of seagrass for very good reasons, and often it's as a percent coverage or a presence absence. If we're really lucky, we can get down to species or biomass. But you know, that in itself it can be, knowing what you've got is important, but increasingly we're interested in change detection, and in the context of measuring a change from time 1 to time 2, we want to look at how that has changed in either its extent or in terms of its condition. So the red dots represent losses in this particular diagram. And they are generally prescribed by activities. So in the case of an inventory, do we recognise aquaculture, for example, as an activity? So in this case, and it's analogous to ocean accounts or natural capital accounting, we're interested in the product of extent to which those activities are affected by either the carbon or the other ecosystem that we're trying to integrate with. So that's quite different, because there you're interested in precise. You're measuring a relative change. You're not measuring the absolute amount as you are above. Now there's another set of ones that relate to blue carbon, which increasingly, as countries consider, well, how are we going to meet our NDCs, is really saying, what is the abatement opportunity? And that's not the same as the absolute area of interest, or necessarily the same as the NDC. So the potential, so I differentiate between the potential, and often that's based on historical data. Well, we had mangroves there before, therefore they must have existed. Could we take that back to some former state by replanting mangroves, for example? The other one is to look at projected sea level rise if we were looking at reinstating tidal flows into systems. That are two ways by which you might think about what is the potential extent for putting in blue carbon and restoration activities. That, however, is different from what we would consider to be feasible abatement, which might consider a number of techno-economic factors, such as what's the present land use, how profitable or unprofitable is it. Things like land tenure, customary right, are all really important factors that influence thinking about, well, what is the area that is available by which you might meet your NDC. I know in Australia we've just set that at 42% with the change of government, and we're looking across a range of net emission technologies about how we might choose that. So the point to note is that the little checkered boxes are getting smaller and smaller as we go down. So we need to be very clear about what we're doing that for. And finally, after thinking about the feasibility, we might put in place a project, and hopefully that's going to achieve restoration marked by the green. But that can be a much smaller area, which requires Earth observation or mapping at a completely different level from a lot of these other ones, which can be coarser. They need to be more systematic. If you're trying to do mapping at a project scale, then certainly in Australia, one of the key costs is the cost of doing that mapping. It can be prohibitive in terms of people wanting to move forward with projects. So hopefully that kind of made sense to really, as we go forward in today's conversation, thinking about what it is we want to make maps or to monitor change for, because it affects both the accuracy, the cost involved, and the application in terms of the product and who it's for. Of course, with Earth observation data, the value, there's lots and lots of satellite data out there, but really we want to put that into the hands of managers or people making decisions so that they make more effective decisions, that they can ultimately achieve impacts. So that's simply contextualizing this as increasing the value chain by which we might use observations. The fact that we need to combine that with in situ observations in terms of validation is really, really important. In terms of at the regional scale and at the Indonesian scale, just some examples here. I would say, you know, that for mangroves, we're seeing systems put in place at the national level that are operational. I think the Peta Mangrove National program is really good. Australia has a program, the Digital Earth Australia. There's some numbers up there that are talking about the change, and it's really good to see the change of Peta Mangrove National from 2013 to 2021, an area of 52,000 kilometres. For Southeast Asia, you know, things like Global Mangrove Watch are now providing us with systematic mangrove information, but we still see, you know, changes, and we can detect those changes, as this example of Mahakam Delta in East Kalimantan shows. The situation for seagrass, of course, is a lot different. I came to Rahani's talk and heard various estimates, and looking quickly through the literature, there doesn't seem to be any consensus. My take-out message from Rahani's talk that the various estimates a long time had increased exponentially, and I guess, well, not exponentially, but that increased every time. So I guess my conclusion is that all estimates are a gross underestimate until we map it properly. Likewise, the paper by Unsworth, of which Rahani is an author, has started to document the fact that, you know, in Indonesia there continues to be losses of seagrass due to a whole range of anthropogenic activities that I won't go into here. So that's, I guess, the broad context of, you know, thinking about the why it is that we want to map or monitor. In terms of, I guess, the status of Earth observation and how applicable it is today, you know, I think there is been a rapid progress made in the last 5 years. I've run a couple of workshops, both for the Pacific and then more recently for the Indo-Pacific, thinking about what are the needs for Earth observation across those two regions. And the difference between the Pacific one in 2018 and the one we did in the Indian Ocean in 2021 was profound. And that's really about the amount of data that's available, the sources of data, the better resolution either spatially or temporally or spectrally, as well as the compute power and the putting of these into what we call data cubes, which I'll come to shortly, stacked data cubes that have been what we call analysis-ready data. So a lot of the difficulties that, you know, that remote sensing experts used to have to go through fixing up the data has now been taken away and makes it a lot easier to get products. So those sorts of changes have really been profound in terms of what we can now do with Earth observation. So analysis-ready data is simply taking out a lot of the corrections that would be made in terms of correcting for radiation at top of atmosphere or atmospheric correction, looking at some of the calibration and validation, some of the geo-rectification that needs to occur so that the data is, or the images are fit for purpose in terms of applying them. Of course, there's a great range of Earth observation sources, and I won't go into that in any great detail other than to say that, you know, particularly the Copernicus satellites, the Sentinel-1s and 2s and 3s that are both optical and radar-based, are really changing the way in which we are able to monitor. However, you know, they've only been around since 2015 or so. Of course, we still rely on the Landsat satellites that stretch back over 35 years now to provide us that greater perspective over what's happening. We're seeing a lot more geostationary satellites, the Japanese Himawari, that so rather than polar orbiting the entire Earth, it sits up there and it can monitor at temporal frequencies at the sub-hour scale that are previously unheard of. And of course, we increasingly see all the data from commercial providers such as Planet, such as Maxar, that provide us that really high sub-5 metre spatial resolution scale. There's a range of these data cubes that I referred to, and that simply refers to the fact, as I said, that it takes a set of images through time from one or more satellites, stacks them up so that it can occur through pixels. So it's all been auto-rectified, so that if you want to look at a change detection from one image to the other, previously you had to do the first one, do the other, then do a differencing. Now it all can happen, automatically or in an automated way, particularly using Python scripts and things like that. So yeah, I guess that really captures there some of that there are now a number of these data cubes. I think there's some sites here. So both CEOS and GEO produce the Open Data Cube, Open Earth Alliance. There's various ones there. The presentation will be available if you want any of these links at the end. So that's really changing the way in which we can access data. In Australia, we have the Digital Earth Australia. There's now Digital Earth Africa. One thing to think about is, do we need a Digital Earth Indo-Pacific? So what that means really is that you as scientists can do a lot of this work yourself. You don't have to rely only on a remote sensing scientist, and you can focus on the queries and analysis rather than thinking about, have I corrected the data properly? And of course, you can combine those data sets from across different sensors and across different modalities to produce some really interesting pictures that relate the attribute to the change that you might be seeing. So really, in terms of mapping seagrass, if we now step back, and I want to talk about some of the validation issues and the importance of field-based stuff, that really we've seen this progression from, I think as Kasari showed this morning, from going around and mapping field boundaries. We used to do that with a GPS and along the edges, to thinking about human interpolation of data, and then both in situ and remotely sensed, through to what we see today is a great number of increasing machine learning based approaches to classifying the images that we're interested in. So that progression from field-based to remote sensing to modelling is really important to understand. It doesn't negate the importance of the field-based work, which I'll come back to. So there are a number of challenges in terms of measuring seagrass with Earth observation. A few of them include, the fact that there are morphologically diverse seagrass species. They're both spatially variable and seasonally variable, as we've heard from Rahani and others. When we get into what we call optically deep water, below what the satellite sensor can see, or we're in really turbid water, these systems really don't work. So if you're interested in an absolute measurement of seagrass, as I talked about right at the beginning, that's going to prove really difficult. But if you're interested in looking at the change of extent of activities where it's in areas that satellites can see, then you can put in place systematic monitoring. The tidal effects was mentioned and the importance of that, and the fact that you've got other taxa like algae that are both optically and spectrally similar, and so and plus you get reflectors from the bottom, particularly from carbonate, that you want to distinguish. The second point is that different sensors can give you different results, and here's just, it's from a report called The Blue Value of Seagrass in the Environment. It's a UNEP report. And it's just showing you the different resolutions from drones all the way through to different types of satellites, so high resolution, PAN, planetscope data, through to some of the sentinels, and finally at the resolution of 30 metres, Landsat 8 imagery. So that really comes back to this concept then of, well, what is it that you are seeing in the pixel? And so here, again, we've just shown you increasingly resolution as to what you can see. So it's a really useful exercise to just go and think about what it is that you are seeing within the pixel. And is that the thing that you want to measure? Or are you obscuring it? Here's some imagery that's recently come out. It's in, I forgot to write the source in. It's Bunting et al. 22. And so this is Global Mangrove Watch version 3 that's just come out. So its most recent global map is for the year 2020. And so that's just showing you a comparison of the GMW, Dana, if I can get that, this one here, which is the most comprehensive mapping compared to some of the change back in 1996, compared to Nick Murray's recent mapping of gains and losses. The point is that they give you different answers depending on how it's been done. And so the caveat is you really need to understand what the assumptions are and how they've mapped that. So, of course, the take-out message for that is that Earth observation critically needs validation for a whole range of reasons. Is there seagrass there? If so, what are the species? How much of it is present, either as an area or a mass? We also need to collect attribute and proxy data that help us interpret that sort of data. There's a range of different methods shown there on the right that could be used, from detailed surveys through to simply looking over the side. The use of spectral information to better improve the accuracy of some of our images is also really important. And of course, all of this data needs to be commonly linked by having a common, consistent and systematic positional GPS information so you can relate one to the other. Yesterday, we heard about some of the work that Google were doing from Bianca. And so to put that in a broader context, what we're trying to do within this collaboration and a project we have, it's also funded by the Australian government, working in Indonesia and Fiji, is to think about the development of a cloud-based system that could be used for validation of a number of these products. So apologies, this is a pretty ugly diagram, but the point is that, in terms of validation, there are things that we want to do in terms of different platforms that we can make optical measurements, and you'll hear from Nick shortly about some of the drone work that's being done. The incorporation of cores and biomass samples and quadrats to really get us the ground truth validation data. That is the point of truth by which we then can take optical images from a data collection point of view in the field into a cloud-based system where we can use machine learning to produce results and get that back to people, or to incorporate into a broader Earth observation platform, whether it's Google Earth Engine and some of the ones I'll show you, or whether it's to really inform regional and national seagrass maps. That's a very quick take on what we're doing. It's of course, quite experimental in terms of what we're doing, but it's this kind of ambition that we need in terms of if we're going to really address this national and global seagrass mapping that we need to put in place. I mentioned the word proxies, and so, of course, optical can only see a few things, but we also, if we're interested in doing blue carbon stock or sequestration estimates, then we need to be able to link information through. So we can't go out and directly measure it easily with a sensor. So we rely on some of our old methods of regression and and ratios to really get us to thinking about how can we link through these sorts of things. There's an interesting paper that came out earlier this year by Simpson et al. They're based in Sydney, looking at what are some of the proxies that we could use in terms of getting at carbon stock estimates, and so it's worth a read. Increasingly, there's a number of public domain applications that are out there. I've put up 5 there that are all products that you can access on the web now and access the data or produce a map and use it for your own purposes. So Global Mangrove Watch I've discussed. Both tidal flats, which was something Nick Murray did within Google Earth Engine, and most recently tidal wetlands, which is a global intertidal change, which includes mangroves and seagrass and tidal marsh, is a significant upgrade to that. The Allen Coral Atlas, while it's was designed to do coral, it also records seagrass. But what we need to make those seagrass information reliable is we need validation of what is actually there. Another tool is Remap, which a lot of these, well, in fact all of the ones I've just shown you, rely on information where they have developed predictors along the way to predict what that is. The difference with Remap is that it allows you to choose and validate what what that site is to upload that information. The shortcoming of Remap, though, is that it only has two what we call epochs. So it has, I can't remember the exact dates, 2010 and 2015 or something. So that's a limitation. You can't just access any image. But a number of these products are out there. They're really quite intuitive, quite easy to use, and I think we're going to see a lot more of these. But these are kind of the products that we want to think about how we might harness. So yeah, as I was sort of explaining around some of those different products, basically they run through a process of developing a training data set. They collect data and predictor information. They apply statistical classifiers, increasingly machine learning based ones rather than supervised and unsupervised ones. And then they are increasingly developing a range of mapping and monitoring products that might be based on type. They might look at net changes in gain or loss, and increasingly they're also giving you quality assurance flags so you know how reliable the data is. Am I going for time, Matt? 8 to go. So just to walk you through a couple of these, the Global Intertidal tool here, go online, have a look at this. It's really interesting what they've done here. Again, as I said, they rely on a number of global predictors. I expect with further investment, those predictors will get better in terms of the spatial resolution at which they resolve over time. I mentioned Remap, so again, if you have a site, you may have been there and collected some data. You can create a CSV, based on a lat long percent cover or whatever it is you've measured, and you can upload that into Remap and you can visualize it, or you can point and click and go through and say, well, this is mangrove, or this is not mangrove, or this is coral, and create a map. So it's really quite a cool little thing to play with. Global Mangrove Watch is the principal mangrove, global mangroves tool. As I said, there was a 2020 release that's just come out. I'm currently talking to Richard Lucas and others that developed this. It's funded by Japan, of course, through the ALOS Pulsar satellite mission, to update a 2022 and to make that a lot more regular, because people are really starting to demand that kind of systematic level monitoring of mangroves. The Allen Coral Atlas is collected it relies on taking lots and lots of images, similar to what I showed you for ibenthos, using those to develop some machine learning that estimates what the different types of corals are. They took lots of images of corals because that was their brief, and not so many images of seagrass. But the opportunity increasingly to go and collect a whole lot more images focused on seagrass, to upload those to improve the accuracy of Allen Coral Atlas, because it's using high resolution planet data, is I think that's in discussion. I think a number of people from Indonesia are in that conversation too, with various funding possibly even provided by Packard or Pew and others. In Australia, we've invested strongly in what we call Digital Earth Australia, and so that can do a whole range of things now. So it was one of the very first implementations of an open data cube. I've just shown you a couple of examples here of mangrove extent in 2017 and coastline change, but it can do a whole lot of other things in terms of floods, number of times, maximum tidal extent and things like that. One of the really interesting pieces of uses of this data for the mangrove time series, because it's all based on Landsat, was some recent work around the mangrove loss being related to broader cycles that go on an 18-year cycle. So I forget the author of that, but it's quite an interesting but potentially controversial planetary scale cycle that is starting to show up in some of this data. Moving to, I guess, thinking where to from here, I've sort of touched upon the fact that there's different data cubes and maybe we need a regional data cube. We could create lots and lots of data cubes, but that always comes at a cost in terms of, you know, who's going to maintain them. You know, a lot of the stuff is increasingly being made available by the likes of Copernicus and others. But to accompany that, we really need a regional carbon database, and a bit of a conversation in this morning's session started about that. Well, where do we store the data? And I can tell you, having worked in a number of different countries where there have been large investments into carbon data, Marsh, Mescal and others, to name but a few, millions of dollars, and there is no data to be found because it was never stored. And there's a lot of people that are either sitting on those data, particularly contractors. So I think we really need greater cooperation, sharing of data, systematizing of data. In the Pacific program that I lead, we're currently in the process of scoping that out in terms of looking at what the functional needs are, but maybe that is something to think about for Indonesia or the broader region about how would we go and about developing a database that was available to people where we can store data and that we can actually then start to think about how do we develop regional standards or how might we then get to tier 2 or even 3 IPCC wetland data. So that's a couple of bits of regional infrastructure that I think are critical to how we move forward in terms of accelerating it. If we're still on Excel spreadsheets and we're relying on getting it out on, you know, data out of people's filing cabinets or off their computer drives, that's not taking us forward in any way that's, you know, that needs the scale that we need to be doing that. Combining both of those data sets, or both of those pieces of infrastructure, allows us to then think about how might we speed up the whole national mapping and national inventory and to make that data available at the right scale to those wanting to do blue carbon projects. I've put the validation tools in there, and I think there's a range of validation exercises. Government agencies run monitoring programs and thinking about how are we collecting data, not just to measure change, but how are we using it to better improve the accuracy of whether it's remote sensing or Earth observation or models. We need to kind of change the mindset about why we are collecting the data and how it's being used so that we multi-purpose data for various applications. So iBenthos was one example that we're really trying to fill that gap, that we can see that, you know, there's a lot of really good products out there, but we really need those validation tools. Can we apply new technologies to really take that forward? So, into conclusions, mapping must be fit for purpose. It needs to be based on, you know, accurate, systematic, cost-effective collection of data and use of maps. So thinking about the why is really important. It really requires both local to regional cooperation as we go forward. I think if we really want to turn this into an action agenda, it requires harmonised methods that ensure consistency between different practitioners and potentially across different countries. We need to think about, well, the conclusion, of course, is that Earth observation methods and availability are increasingly more accessible. What we find is a lot of people simply don't know about it, so I think increasing the training and awareness needs to be done. There are some really good programs like Digital Earth Africa, Copernicus, Marine Service that are running online training for people. So, you know, it's not something that you need to go and spend 3 years learning how to do remote sensing anymore. A lot of the stuff is online courses you can access. However, as I've said, and you would have got the key message, validation methods and systems are required. And we also need to think about attribute and activity data must be collected and made available for analysis. I think several points were made earlier about the fact that if we don't have activity data, we can't get to emission factors. We don't know how much, you know, aquaculture is being used, what the land use change are. That's really important in terms of us interpreting what are the underlying causes of that change. As I've said, mangrove mapping is now increasingly operational. I've got no real concerns about mangrove mapping anymore. I think it's about how we roll that out and take our learnings to other countries that are less ready in terms of than Indonesia or Australia might be. And finally, I think the significant interest in addressing the seagrass mapping challenge. I mentioned Pew and Packard and the funding we've received in cooperation from Google and the Australian Department of Foreign Affairs in terms of addressing this grand challenge, and the fact that it's, as Carlos called it, the ugly duckling. It is the ugly duckling no more. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Andy. The overview, as always, covering a few of the essentials, some of the key points that keep popping up. You know, the mapping. What are we mapping for? We need the activity data, the validation data, but where's that data going to go? We're running a little bit over time, but I will take one question if there is a question for Dr. Andy before. Yes, we have one. I shall travel to the back in case we've got...
It might be a stupid question, but I need to ask. Sorry. Related with ocean accounting and also seagrass as carbon credit in the future or carbon trade in the future, how would you explain to me, a non-economist, who would like to know a little bit more about incentives that would support the livelihood of coastal communities, maybe far, far away from the global issues? Maybe raising their GDPs or maybe their village income, something like that. Sorry.
There are no stupid questions.
Stupid people. Let me have a go at it. What's the regional relevance? You know, for me, the thing I really like about natural capital accounting is, you know, if we think only about the carbon price, and we saw, you know, in yesterday afternoon session, examples of, I think Steve was talking about, $8 per tonne equivalent of carbon, and how that price is now going up. But if the valuation is based only on carbon, that's not enough to incentivize people to restore their carbon. Someone comes along and says, hey, I'm going to give you, you know, I can make $20 out of prawns or whatever, you know, aquaculture prawns. It's a very narrow view of the world. But if we start to include other ecosystem services in the account, so what's the benefit that comes from maintaining a mangrove or a seagrass for coastal protection, for its fisheries potential, so they're non-market values, so they're not easy to put a dollar value on. We need appropriate, regionally appropriate metrics of, you know, how that varies in different parts of the world. And it's another project that Matt and I are working on back in Australia, and many other people for that matter. You know, then it starts to change the whole decision-making framework to say, for a community to say, well, should I give my, you know, the asset that is part of my customary right over to a tourist developer, or should I retain it for the broader intergenerational benefits that it provides to the community. I think it changes that. So I mean, I think it strongly relates to the conversation we're going to have tomorrow around livelihoods and what's the decision making we need about what communities value. So having that more holistic view of really what those benefits are, what some of the perverse incentives might be if you do make short-term decisions or wrong decisions. The importance of governance all need to come together, but you need to start with accurate information, and you need to start counting these other non-market values. Does that kind of answer your question? From a stupid person?
Kind of.
But let's follow up this afternoon about it. I'm keen to discuss it.
Yes, and I mean, it's a really important question, Nani, and we are talking livelihoods tomorrow, so make sure you turn up for that one. And when we, finance is a complicated one, but we can talk about finance. So continuing on the theme of the mapping, thank you to Dr. Andy. And so next I shall introduce Ibu Emiyati to talk about some of the mapping exercises that have been done by the institution formerly known as Labuan, now known as Centre for Remote Sensing in Brin, in the area as part of the CCOPS project in the areas that we've been looking at, including Labuan Bajo. Miyati, where are you going to stand? Over here or over there? Okay. Please, the floor is yours.
So, hello everyone. In this session, talk about satellite data for seagrass mapping in the study area. My name is Emiati. So, before we talk about seagrass, I will want to introduce you about Brin. So, yeah. So, before you know, I'm from Labuan, which is a national aeronautic space in Indonesia, and now we are under Brin, and we changed our name to be Research Organization for Aeronautic and Space, which is one organization in Brin. And this figure is a Brin structure, and I'm sorry, is it in Indonesia because it's so complicated. And in research organization, aeronautic and space, actually there are 5 research centers, including research center for remote sensing, where I am work. And we have 3 main programs, which are remote sensing technology, remote sensing data processing, and remote sensing platform. And for seagrass mapping, we are here. In remote sensing data processing, especially for coastal and marine environment. And we also have a remote sensing ground station. They are in Pekayon, Rumpin, and Parepare. And we receive some data from low resolution to medium and higher resolution. For example, in Pekayon, we receive NOAA, METOF, and Himawari. In Rumpin, we receive Aquaterra Landsat 9 and Landsat 8. In Parepare, we receive Aquaterra and NPP NOAA 20, METOF, Landsat 8, Landsat 9, Spot 6, 7, TerraStar, and Pleiades. So big in Parepare. So this is the satellite data available in our database since 1978 to 2021, and the plan up to 2028. So we have a low resolution until a very high resolution, and also SAR. And for seagrass mapping, we usually use the medium resolution to very high resolution, such as spot, Landsat, Flydays, GeoEye, WorldView 2 and 3. This is our platform. So for the medium resolution, you can get in Landsat catalog, and for very high resolution, you can get the data, satellite data, in spacemap8.go.id. And this one changed to brin.go.id. And we also have platform for remote sensing information, which so the satellite image, we do some processing to get the information, and we upload the information in Cipandora. In Cipandora, we have Cipanda and Simba. Simba for disaster, and Cipanda for natural resources. So this is Indonesian space map. We also have optical cloud, free mosaic satellite data. This is how we get the mosaic data. First, we process the data, the satellite data in LIPS or Labuan Advanced Image Processing System, and get the analysis ready data, such as for Landsat 8, Sentinel-2, Spot 6, 7, Flydays, Terasar X, extra, and then we upload in our website. This is our platform for information, which we already processing. As I told you, Cipandora, we also have a national province of Earth observatory system. This is for local government, our local government. And in Cipandora, we also have a seagrass map. So that's all about BRIN. Now we move to remote sensing for shallow water habitat. So if we talk about seagrass mapping, then we usually use the passive remote sense data who collect from space drone, which altitude 100,000 meters above the object, and the effective spatial resolution is about 1 to 100 meters, and temporal resolution, it's depend on our plan. Could be 1 day or 16 days. So this is a fundamental of remote sensing for shallow water habitat. I got this figure from Cicero. So as you know that passive remote sensing is depend on the sunlight. So the sunlight will be diffused, absorbed, and reflected by object on the earth. And the problem is there is so many reflection of sunlight could be recorded by satellite, which are reflection for water, aquatic plant, coral, and any particle in water. And another problem, there also will be absorption both from atmosphere, also from the water. And this all need to be corrected if you want to use satellite data. So, main point for seagrass mapping, we should know the interpretation of seagrass on the satellite image. There are some features we can recognize for satellite image. For example, We know that seagrass is located in clay water habitat and usually found in the reef flat zone. And it can be reached by sunlight and have good water circulation. And we can see in this figure, this is suppose this is the land and this is the water, and the reef flat is distance between beach and reef crest, and we can find the seagrass around here. There are some reflected in water, so we need to have satellite image with or identify this seagrass in clear water, because if you identify seagrass in turbid water, it will be difficult because there are many obstacles such as particulate organic matter, chlorophyll, and sedimentation, etc. And it will be difficult to identify even by machine. So, for example, in this image, you can see that this is the reflect zone where the seagrass exists. And seagrass have a small, if we can see from the satellite image, a small and limited area and have a rough and dark color. Like this one, this is, if we zoom here, this is dark color and very rough texture, but this is not coral, this is seagrass. Another we should know when we map using satellite is spectral signature of the object. So from shallow water, the reflectance, because the object in the water, so we doesn't get the higher reflectance. And in the water is about and the wavelength is for 0.9 micrometer. So this area is invisible wavelength to the infrared. So that is why when we want to do shallow water, it's not only seagrass but also maybe coral reef, we use multispectral data which have at least 4 bands from blue to near. Or if we can, we should have hyperspectral. And this is our method for mapping. So the first time we have a satellite data collection, and we choose the best image, which already geometric, radiometric, atmospheric corrected, and minimal cloud cover. Because if there is a cloud cover, even only haze, it will be difficult to interpretation. And after we get the best image, we do pre-processing, such as resample, subsetting, land masking, sun glint correction. And if we make a mapping from the mosaic image, we need median filter. And after pre-processing, then we identification the object as a target, which are coral, seagrass, and even the substrates such as sand and rock. After identification, we do classification. This is, we can use very simple classification until machine learning, of course. And then we check the accuracy from ground check. If the accuracy is enough and reliable to be shallow water habitat mapping, then we get the map. But if the accuracy is low, then we need to return back the identification and do again classification and so on. And this is the data and the study area in this project for blue carbon seagrass ecosystem and livelihood. For practicing, we use satellite data Sentinel-2 with 10-meter resolution, and the study area are in one is the north of Indonesia and two the south of Indonesia, which are the south is Saleh Bay, and we use the data 13 July 2021, and the Labuan Bajo, we use the data 29 May 2021, and the Lembe, we use data 19 November 2021. So in Saleh Bay, we collect ground truth data about 428 samples, including seagrass, coral, macroalgae, mangrove, seaweed aquaculture, rock, sand, and mud. This is the distribution of data collection, and we also measure the depth of the location, and then we do the classification. This is the result of the mapping, and we found that in this location have more than much seagrass than the eastern, and the total seagrass cover is about 2,203.96 with accuracy 64.47%. And this is for Labuan Bajo. We collect the data about 588 samples, including seagrass, coral, macroalgae, rock, and substrate. And we get the seagrass cover around 334.37, which distribute in part of Labuan Bajo with accuracy 17.35%. And this is for Lembe and Bitung. We collect 193 samples, including seagrass, coral, macroalgae, mangrove, rock, and sand. And we got the total seagrass cover in Lembe and Bitung about 826.64 with accuracy 83.33%. And the seagrass distribute in this area. This is our ground truth activity. We use simple GPS handheld and handheld of depth meter. And we also use the laptop and satellite image for planning the data collecting and tracking, and also for data processing. So this is very simple activity. And the next, maybe we can use the handheld spectral radiometer to see the reflectance of the seagrass or even drone. So from that activity, I have to take home message for me that we need improve our seagrass mapping to get higher and higher accuracy in any study area, because as you see that in Saleh Bay, the accuracy is still about 65%, and The second message is, I think suppose we can identify each seagrass species with a known location, and if we combining that to other ocean parameter like biology or physics, which influencing seagrass to grow and distribute, then in that case we can make the potential species distribution model of seagrass. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Amiyati. So you say we need to improve the accuracy, but already you improved from 64 to 78.
Yeah, but it's not consistent, you know. Consistent is good.
Before Amiyati takes her seat, we have time for one question, if there is one. Yes. Please.
Hello, Mbak. Is it possible for us, the local government, to get access to the seagrass map that has the accuracy of 78%, so that it might be useful for us for the development planning in our area? Thank you very much.
Yeah, we definitely want the work, the mapping that is done, we want it to be used, yeah? So, it's good. We are starting. It's part of the journey. All right, thank you, Amiyati. Okay, so now for something a little bit different. We use satellites, of course, to try and get to national scale mapping, as Dr. Andy has talked about, and the examples that Amiyati has talked about. But sometimes we want to have accurate maps for a smaller area. And so our next speaker is Nick Mortimer, who's a senior engineer at CSIRO, and I work with Nick a lot. I like working with Nick because he never tells me that he can't do something. I always say, Nick, can you do this? And he says, I will think about it. So I said to Nick, can we use drones to map seagrass? Can we, Nick?
Of course we can. Of course we can. I'm going to put the timer on here. There we go. And a microphone. All right. And a pointer. Excellent. Now I won't need these reading glasses. So my name is Nick Mortimer. I'm from CSIRO. I've been working with Matt for, I've been with CSIRO about 20 years now, 22 years I think. And we've done a load of projects. And I feel a bit of a fraud standing here today because I actually came to Indonesia to learn how to do most of this stuff. Because I always say, yes, I can do that to Matt, which usually means, yes, I have to go away and learn something new. Because you can't stay employed at the same place for 22 years without continually learning. So here we go. A quick thing about me. I am an engineer. I do have a sense of humor, and I do like going to sea. So it's a great combination of coming here to Indonesia because there are lots of jokes, which was brilliant. So my interest in all things electronics and engineering started probably in about 1973. I was 5 years old, and believe it or not, my uncle invented the digital camera. Yeah, wow. Yes, so from there on afterwards, it was like, oh, I'm a failure as an engineer. Yes. But anyhow, I've sought to have a career. I haven't quite won a Nobel Prize. They gave the Nobel Prize to not to my Uncle Mike, but to the another two guys. And he missed out on it. But anyways, so digital imaging, that, by the way, is my aunt. I believe that's the first digital color picture of a human being. There you go. in 1973. Okay, so let's get on to it. Drones, everybody's using them, and everybody wants to use more of them because they're so sort of slick and fast, and you can cover large areas and lots of data. That's right. So some people dream big. This is a study that was in Australia, which I wasn't part of, but that shows you the massive size of drones. When you think about some people think really, really big. This was a Sky Eagle drone system. You see, they've got a great big base station. They've got a launcher. As an engineer, this is really exciting. And they've got this big skyhook thing that catches it as it comes in. And the cost is extremely expensive. You know, when Matt came to me and said, we want to use drones, I was thinking like, yes, the Skyhook. But no, we ended up with the P4 Pro. Yes. Which is, it has some great benefits actually. I do actually have a more expensive drone, and this is a message to a lot of people who are buying drones, and this is from personal experience as an engineer. I went to a presentation by another engineer and he said to me, don't buy an expensive drone. So I immediately went off and bought an expensive drone because that's what you do. So I bought a $50,000 drone. I've had more work out of this $2,000 drone than I've had out the $50,000 drone. The thing about this P4, what's really nice about it, the batteries are less than 100 watt-hours. You can take them on a plane. You can fly it from a small boat. You can catch it with one hand and still have your fingers. So, you know, there's a lot to be said about small drones, and I think that is the future for us people, is not big drones, small drones, and lots of them. So, coming to, this is what I've been doing with Matt, was taking pictures of the secret lives of turtles. Now, what's really important about these we were doing estimates of numbers of turtles, is trying to watch them and find them. Now, did everybody stop looking at that? The turtle's still there, right? And, oh, there he is, or she. There you are again. And that's always a problem with things that are moving and things that look like the background. And we all learn about this machine learning and how it's going to solve everything. And luckily, Hector, the guy from Google, he's gone to catch the plane, so I can tell everything I don't like about machine learning now. But there are some quite interesting stories. So what we would do is go and mark out a patch and basically mow the lawn and look for turtles. Or take pictures of beaches and look for turtle tracks, which are these things here. You can see some turtle tracks. Up at Ningaloo. And now Ningaloo is completely different to Indonesia, believe me. When I first flew in Indonesia, I thought, oh, there's hills. I have to avoid them. Whereas Ningaloo, it's totally flat. So now, this is my deep learning test. How many people can see the turtle? Yeah, it's good. Yeah. There we go, the turtle. It's good, isn't it? So there it is. Now, I've got another test image here. How many people can see the turtle in this image? Yes, he's confident. I've given it away that there actually is a turtle. Now, I've taken this to a class of school kids. So we often only find like a couple of hundred turtles per survey, you know, maybe 6,000 or 7,000 or 8,000 images. And it takes about a couple of minutes to look at each image. I have actually taken a load of these images to some school kids and handed them out. This is like 7 or 8 year olds, and they find them all. Every one of them. And everybody says, well, deep machine learning is so much better. Now, I went to a machine learning conference and the guy said to me, just imagine somebody says this machine learning is as good as an 8-year-old. Right. So just imagine you take 5,000 images of a turtle to an 8-year-old and say, it's a turtle, and go, yeah, I know it's a turtle. It's another turtle. Yeah, I know it's a turtle. Yeah. And you carried on for 8,000 images, that 8-year-old will be seriously upset by the time you got through the 8,000 images. Humans, you show them 1 or 2 images and say, find that, and they do it, right? You then draw a cartoon of a turtle by hand and say, what's that? And they'll say, it's a turtle, right? So there's something about the way we learn that's completely different to deep learning, and it requires a lot less energy. And when we do actually discover that, I don't know what will happen, but it'll be pretty scary. So, oh, I got one more turtle image here. There we go. 2 turtles. That's right. My machine's gone to sleep. There we go. Oh, well. There we go. Can't see my face. There we go. Oh, well, great technology. I was going to time myself, but, yeah, I'll just keep going. So, you'll time me. I was looking through some literature because they asked me about seagrass mapping, and I actually was in Cairns at a AMSA conference, and this group, GeoNadira, up in Cairns, and they've got some examples of their work, which I would really like, as an engineer, I look at their work and I think, like, yeah, I'd really like to be able to do that. So they've used a deep learning package called, I think, DeepLab 3, and they've done semantic segmentation on this image. And what they do is they slice the images up into little grids of 256 pixels by 256 pixels, hand annotate them, feed them into the machine, and lo and behold, the answer is this. Bare sand, low seagrass cover, high seagrass cover, and coral algae. Now, I've done a fair bit of acoustic habitat mapping, and this is basically where we're at in acoustic habitat mapping: hard, soft bottom, rubble substrate, coral, things like that. And this is a great first step, but you take this to a biologist and they say, well, what type of seagrass? Now, as an engineer, I think this is great. You know, it's got seagrass, not seagrass. Brilliant, I've done my job. And then somebody tells me on this transect there's 6 different types of seagrass. And that is the beauty about coming out with biologists in the field. As an engineer, you sit back and say, my job is done, it's so easy, but it's not. So that's one approach. This is another approach by a group, sorry, I've forgotten the name, but they did some mapping, and you can go to that thing, what's that? Carpenter and Price. And you can go to their websites just there, and you can look at a seagrass map they've made out of an atoll off Belize. And again, they've used this deep learning approach and classification. And, you know, again, I'm thinking, like, that's what I want to do. So now we get to the point where you've got to make all these training images. And this is a great thing that I have used called Dash Doodle. And you can see the little pointer here. It's like being a 5-year-old again. You get to doodle all over the thing, all over the drawer, and you'll see it. It's from USGS. It's a little bit slow. Here we go. You select the categories you want. You do some doodling on there. Come on. It's much faster on my machine. And then it uses conditional random forests to do a segmentation. So with a quick doodle and a bit of CPU time, off you come. You've done that semantic segmentation. So I think that has a lot of promise with annotating seagrass. So I'm going to be giving that a try. All right, so I'm now switching to my Indonesian trip, which was absolutely brilliant. I forgot my hat. So I went to Roxy Mart and bought the hat that fitted. Yeah. It was quite an experience. But everybody smiled at me when I was wearing that hat, so I kept on wearing it. So we've been using a P4 RTK. So the RTK stands for Real-Time Kinematic GPS. In this case, we didn't really use the full value of the RTK, but what the RTK does in this sense gives you a much more accurate timing of the image. The old P4 Pros had this issue of timing jitter. So you had a GPS signal that could be 2 seconds old on your photo, so it could be 14 meters out just because of the timing of the image. So this one gives you millisecond accuracy, gives you a GPS timestamp that's actually where you were when you took the image, which is really handy. And we set off to fly it, and Emiati, my partner in crime, was there. I've been giving Emiati, well, we've been learning together, haven't we? Yeah. Yes, I've been learning the odd word of Indonesian. And now I'm so embarrassed I can't remember anything. Sentai. Oh yeah, Sentai. There we go. And Kasana. Yeah, so I can get the boat to the right place and stay cool. So Emiati's been doing the takeoffs and I've been doing the landings. So we had a division of labor here. So as we went out, this was a picture of a drone taking pictures of seagrass. This was a really nice study area because we got there at the right time and the ocean was flat. There was very little wind and the sun was perfect. So one of the things to make it more accurate, we can actually put a land-based GPS base station in, just stick that in the ocean, and then we can stick that on the beach, and then we can get much more accurate GPS. And I think if you're going to come back to the same area, that's what you'd want. Because when I look through this particular site, even on the satellite, and you go back through time, it's very stationary. But then you can see these quite small changes over the 20 years. And you think, well, if you actually wanted to track that, you would need fairly good accuracy. And also, I think another value about that, you could collect elevation, digital elevation maps of the seagrass area and the beach and look at future sea level rise at the same time and be capturing all that data. That would be really handy. So, once you've flown the drone, you've got to actually get the data off it. Unfortunately, I forgot to take a picture of my getting data off on the ship. So this is at Exmouth. I have a system where I've got lots of memory card readers. I script it all. I like writing Python. Yes, Python. And we've got this package which we developed here. You can get it on GitHub. And what it does, it takes the drone imagery and organizes it. It looks at the GPS and the quality of it. It'll produce you a nice set of images, all nicely labeled with the station and where you were, all collated together. It's got rid of all the images that weren't looking straight down, all those kind of things. And it's joined up various surveys when you change the battery, and it's got them all nicely organized. You run this script, you can get your data ready to be analyzed. I also, to tell you the truth, I always used to use proprietary stitching software, and when I came to Indonesia this time, I didn't bring a license key. So I thought, well, I'll put my open source hat on, and this is a little report that it outputs for you, showing you where you've droned. I put my hat on. I downloaded Open Drone Map, and in about 2 hours, I managed to get this set up on Windows under WSL2, which is Windows Linux subsystem, and I was really impressed with the way it worked. This is it's maybe a little bit hard to see here, but this is the mapped. This is the tiled area that it's tiled. And it's done a pretty reasonable job. Most of the images, most of the problem with it, and it did that on my laptop in about 30 minutes, and it was completely free. Yes. We love completely free. So this tile comes in there. It's really good. It was slightly off, and I think that's mainly because, I mean, if anybody knows how to do mapping in Indonesia, please tell me afterwards. When I'm in Australia, I go to the Geoscience Australia website. I type in my Latin long, and it gives me the offset between ellipsoidal height and geoidal height, and I couldn't find that for this area in Indonesia. So at the moment, it's claiming that my drone flew at 120 meters, which I know it did not. It flew at more like 75. So there's an offset there, which I'll have to work out. But I believe once that offset was worked out, it would be very accurate. So sun glint. I also learnt about sun glint. Terrible, isn't it? So one thing I have learned about this trip is I draw a box and I get fixated about completing the box, regardless of where the sun is. And then maybe I should just stop working and say, well, I'll have to come back another day. So really thinking about that, if you're actually looking at a national surveying scheme, realistically, you've got the tide to worry about, you've got the sun angle to worry about, you've got the water depth to worry about. You need more than one person with a drone, because that is the limiting factor. You've only really got, on this trip, we only really had between 7 o'clock and 10 o'clock in the morning, depending on the water depth, to actually capture data. So in that time with one drone, you could, if you really worked hard, you could capture about 250 hectares. That's what I found. All right, so this is a little comparison. Imiati downloaded some Sentinel data for me at a 10-meter resolution, and I thought I'd just check it against my our mapped there. And you can see how it's really interesting. It's pretty close. It's not close enough to do any kind of real analysis on it, because you can see, you know, there's a house on the beach and it shifts by about 10 meters. You know, so you've got to get rid of that. But it's pretty close for a first cut and a quick workup. So I checked it on Google Earth. Google Earth has a much higher satellite imagery resolution. I don't know quite how much you have to pay in the end or anything, whether it's all completely free, I don't know. But yes, and you can see on here, when I overlay what we did there, you can see it's pretty good. And there's a slight shift. A lot of these structures here are there in both images, which is good. And I thought I'd sort of go in and really zoom out. So we were doing, I was flying the drone, and all these biologists and ecologists and things were in the water doing the real work, whilst I was just playing video games. So they've put their quadrat out here, and why I picked this one is because this lovely sort of, I don't know, it looks a bit like an apostrophe or something, a bit of seagrass. It's really easy to find in all the other imagery. So there it is. There's the quadrat. This is looking from 60 meters up with a $2,000 drone. It's pretty good. The life ring was just the start of the transect, and you can actually just see the tape measure coming off down here. So looking at that, I just overlaid the Sentinel map on top of that. So you can see the instant realization that that's a 10-meter grid, and I've got a 2-centimeter pixel size. And a lot of what's in that grid, there's a lot of mixed classes on there in this kind of arrangement. So we've really got to watch ourselves there. And that's why classifying per pixel is really difficult in that satellite data. All right, that's the Google Earth image. The same thing. You can see this structure here. That's us. And that's the actual picture of the quadrat. So it's an amazing different scale and size of things. Luckily, in that quadrat, it's probably just a single class of what's in there. Am I right? I always have to ask for approval from an ecologist, but I think that's about it. So we're now at the end of my trip to Indonesia. I will be writing more code, because that's what I love doing, and I think I'll be trying to collaborate with Imiati and keep this collaboration going, because I want to come back. I've had such a great time, and you know, you have to work in order to come back, which would be good. So the sun is setting on my Indonesian trip. I'd just like to say thanks to everybody who's on the trip with me, made it so interesting and fun, and I've learned so much. It's been great. So goodbye from this engineer, and thanks for everything.
And And so he still hasn't said, no, it's not possible. Still working on making it possible. I've been a terrible chair, and we already ran out of time, but I'll fix that. Any questions for Nick before we let him run away? Did you have a question? All right, Nani. I'll run down I need more exercise.
It's related with groundwork, and you know, ecologists with technologists usually quarrel on the field. And how about sometimes we would like to have appropriate sample training data set in the field, right? And we don't want to do too much work. So sometimes it's related with resolution, spatial resolution of the satellite, or maybe the drone height. And sometimes we applied this method where we have scaling the transect from 10 meters to several points at the corner of the 10 meters with another smaller quadrants of 6 and 2. And hopefully with some additional scaling quadrants, we might produce a more reliable and robust data supplied to the mapping and upscale to the larger area. How do you think about this kind of approach?
Yes, I think it's a great approach, and the reason why I think that is because I do think that scaling is always an issue, and how do we do that? I've been thinking about some approaches a bit like that in the drone world, where instead of stitching this all together, because we have an 80% overlap between every photo, instead of stitching together, we got 4 or 5 looks at the same thing. So we got a lot more data. At the moment, as soon as we stitch it together, we throw so much away. And I think having that scaling issue, and maybe what we want, I mean, this is my pie in the sky, a drone approach now, is maybe we want to drop, maybe I want to drop targets on the seagrass to inform where the ecologist should go, you know. You could do things like that, because that would be fun. Yeah. Yeah. You did that. Excellent. Yeah. I think Andy mentioned analysis-ready data sets, and that's one of the things from this project that the scripts I've got is we crank out a thing called a ZAR file, which is a cloud-ready data set. So you can say what size tile you want, and it works out the geolocation of all the tiles and then uploads them to the cloud. And I think getting other people to do the machine learning is the thing to do. That's the great thing, because if we can make data sets, all our data available, and get other people interested, I think that'd be brilliant. Did I answer your question, or did I just waffle on? Yeah. No worries.
Okay. Now, I'm going to move the tea break a little bit back. We have the opportunity, Dr. Park has offered to talk a little bit about what he's been doing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move the tea break back, and we'll shorten that last session just a little bit to compensate. So I would like to introduce Dr. Park to the floor and tell us a little bit what he's been out of, where we're running a little bit late. So.
Selamat siang. And good afternoon, everyone. Actually, I'm very glad to have a chance to see with blue carbon. Yeah, actually, yeah, the presentation is very urgently made. Yeah, so there is some typo and something. Yeah, please understand. And yeah, my name is Han Sam-bak, director of Korea Indonesia MTCRC, and I would like to just briefly introduce a free-field campaign for planting map monitoring using multispectral UAV system. Yeah, next please. Okay, yeah, before the start my presentation, I should introduce what we are, yeah. Because, you should understand that we are Korea Indonesia Marine Technology Cooperation Center. There is an intergovernmental joint research center between Indonesia side, Kemenko Mabes, and Korea side, the Ministry of Ocean Fisheries. So we also co-work with ITB, and also we have one research center and one office in Jakarta. And the main function is, just a cooperation platform and also joint research and capacity building program. Yeah, go next. Yeah, and I would like to, we already operate research boat and multi-beam echo sounder and drone with a fixed wing and also RTK drone and the multispectral drone and also servers, ADCP, suboptimal profiler and hyperspectral sensor for this purpose, and also RTK DGNSS, and we have also chemical laboratory to analyze nutrient and also heavy metal and also CTD. Next. Yeah, so we conduct actually ICRG project with the Indonesian government using our equipment. Next. So can I use this also? Yeah, okay. Yeah, and also survey for seaweed aquaculture field using drone, also our equipment, and mangrove survey in Cirebon, and also Jakarta using drone extract biomass and also convert to carbon budget. And also we conduct a kind of a seminar with the Indonesian experts, so Ibu Frida and also Ibu Lidi already joined this workshop. And then actually we conduct field survey just last week in Bali, Nusa Dua, for measure to know about the seaweed distribution in the sea using drone. So that's why I asked to this workshop have some introduction about research survey result. So background is already you know well more, and then we want to develop multispectral observation technology for benthic mapping in Bali region. So we decide 3 area for free survey kind of that, and then we use drone with multispectral sensor. Actually, if you have some background knowledge about multispectral, actually Mika sensor is a very famous brand to provide this multispectral sensor. And then we cooperated with the Busan National University in Korea, and the professor, he co-worked with this company, and he made designed for marine multispectral sensor. So this sensor has also have a specific band, and it's good for marine and water environment. So, and also we use hyperspectral sensor to measure the irradiation and radiation and also reflectance of each object under the sea. Yeah, seagrass and coral, something like. And also, we want to know the parameter of seawater, so we use CTD. And result is we fly to UAV and the CTD, and also diving with a multispectral sensor to get a library for each seagrass. So this is radiation, and this is irradiation, and we can calculate reflectance. So each species and object under the sea, including seaweed and coral and sand and rock, they have own their spectral radiometry spectrum. So we will use this spectrum library to extract the exact object under the sea. And on the world object, we already survey and also make mosaic image and the classification. So this orange color, and each color has a different spectrometer characteristic. That one is a different object object that will be seaweed or sometimes a coral or something, right? So, and also we can detect seaweed aquaculture field. So the activity was successful, and we can make some library for Nusa Dua areas, seaweed and coral, and also the other things. And there is some challenge already. He mentioned about sea sunlight grant, and also we need to prepare some kind of survey time and something, right? And also our drone is dropped down during the just survey. So you mentioned about the commercial drone is sometimes very efficient. Yeah, it's happened. Yeah, so we need to prepare that kind of a cheap and very easy to fly drone. Sometimes it's more efficient than expensive one. And so actually next plan, the purpose of this presentation, actually we want to cooperate with research team in Indonesia and also Australia and Korea. So that is a kind of a field survey or joint research for the carbon stack of seagrass in the whole Indonesia. So this slide is present about the underground carbon stack measure from Korea researchers. So they have enough experience to extract the carbon budget under the ground, including biomass. And also we will secure the CHN analyzer and also sampler and also the other drone and the sensors in this year. So when we cooperate with each other, and then we can utilize that all together. And the final slide is our plan actually. Maybe last question is related with this. I think using drone, we can capture the very nice image with 10 more multispectral image, and then we will measure the spectral radiometric characteristic for each seagrass and something object under the sea, and then using this we can classify. And also with sampling in situ and also laboratory analyzing, we can know each species and know how much carbon stack it have. And it will be applied to satellite image. There is a different spatial resolution and also spectral resolution. So we will use spectral unmixing technology, and that will be that makes we can know how much percentage of seagrass in the satellite image set one cell. Yeah, so that can be applied to Indonesia whole area. So this procedure, process is not easy. We need cooperation with many stakeholders. Yeah, also we need ecological and biological researchers. When we dive, for example, Bali survey, and they didn't know which kind of species in there, and it's the same species or not. Yeah, you know, even there is the same shape and color, and sometimes it's different color, or sometimes the same species. So that kind of cooperation we need, and also the in situ sampling and lab analyzing also need more support. So through that kind of effort, we can make some good result. That is our purpose, and we want to have a cooperation with each other. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Park. It was a good opportunity while you were here to learn a little bit about what you were doing. As I say, I've been a terrible chair, and we have run over time. Do we have any questions for Dr. Park before we take a break? Yes, Emiyati has a question.
Hello, Dr. Park. I interesting with your instrument, which are radiometric measurement, and it is single sensor, right? And it's not connected to the laptop, or it's recorded directly in the underwater object?
Yeah, there is type of processing, radiation. So usually we operate it
Hmm. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think mari kita istirahat. We can take a little break. Can we make it a short break? Is that okay? Can we have a 15-minute break and come back so that we can have a good last session? We have some more interesting presentations and a discussion. Keep talking. Let's come back in 15 minutes by 3:30. All right, let's try and encourage people to come back in to the session. And if I use the microphone and walk to the door and talk into the microphone at the door, we'll get... All right. Some people are finishing their phone calls. Ooh. All right. Where? Oop. All right. The co-chair is coming. Somebody is still finishing their talk. Yes, I'm terrible. That's why you never get me to chair a session. In fact, how did I? I just yeah, but I wrote the agenda. How did that happen? All right. Okay. So as we come back in for the final session of today, we want to continue on the theme of seagrass mapping. And this session is divided up roughly into two sections. In the first hour, we will hear a little bit more about some of the other mapping initiatives that have been occurring in Indonesia. We want to build the connections as much as possible. So, you know, I read about some work, I know about some work, but there's a lot that happens that I don't know about, and so I'm keen to learn, but also just to get, while we're all here together, get a common awareness of what's happening. As I said, if you're interested, I have some new results that have come in that I can present very quickly. And then the last hour we have available for an open discussion about the future needs and the next steps. To start the next session, with great pleasure, I would like to invite Prama to give the first talk. I've read many of Prama's papers, including papers on remote sensing for the Labuan Bajo region. So I'm looking forward to hearing your presentation, Prama. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank Cesaro, Matt, from inviting me here, as well as Kemenko Marves, Pak Andreas. Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to join this event, and I can meet a lot of people that are concerned with seagrass. So, yeah, thank you very much. And this afternoon, I would like to share our experience in UGM on seagrass mapping. And for this event, I will focus on two aspects. The first one would be about the species, and the second one about the time series mapping. Why I choose these two topics? Because I think this is relevant to what we are going to do. And also, regarding species, even though we know that it's currently difficult to really map seagrass from the space, it is something that we have to really think about, because different seagrass species provide different ecosystem function services. So the availability of seagrass species data in the future could help us accelerate information regarding the seagrass ecosystem services and how to quantify that. Okay, do we have this, Matt? Okay. Yeah, thank you. Okay, it works. So I think we have enough blue carbon research group here in this room. So in EGM, we have also blue carbon research group. But actually, we started from the coastal biodiversity remote sensing group. But now we have a new group, which is called blue carbon research group. But the people inside are the same. So basically, if you are a coastal biodiversity remote sensing group researcher, then you are basically also the blue carbon research group researchers as well. So because, yeah, we have a very limited manpower in dealing with coastal biodiversity in our university. And we are from the faculty of geography, so it's quite different with the other group, which is maybe under the faculty of fisheries or maybe oceanography or something. Yeah, because we don't have the faculty that dedicated to ocean. So yeah, it is under the faculty of geography. And our main research topic would be like seagrass, mangrove, and seaweed, macroalgae, and also mangroves. And we also involve a lot of students, mainly from the undergrad students and also master students. And I think it's a good collaboration between the teachers and also the students, because the student can also get a lot of benefit by joining our research project. And our research agenda, we mainly try to assess various input for mapping from satellite images, UAVs, and also the field data collection as well. So we try to see which data is appropriate, suitable for mapping. And yeah, we managed to do a lot of things, and we managed to collaborate with Planet as well, and also some data provider, so we can have a lot of information whether this data is suitable or not for mapping. And like the example in the front, we just recently published a paper on how we assess the consistency of Planet scope data for seagrass percent cover mapping. We know that Planet currently provide us with a lot of information, yeah, a lot of data, almost daily acquisition. But how does it translate into a usable frequency acquisition? Because not all the data can be used directly every day. So we try to assess the consistency, whether images acquired using different satellite IDs deliver the same result. Yeah, because you know this type of constellation sometimes can have inconsistency in the data quality because they are recorded from different satellite, even though the specification is the same. Yeah, they still deliver quite distinct quality between one satellite ID and the others. So we managed to assess the consistency, and we can say that yeah, it's quite consistent for trying to identify low cover percent, low cover seagrass and also high cover seagrass. But for seagrass in between, I mean, for example, like between 20 to 60% of seagrass cover, the result can be quite inconsistent because it is highly misclassified each other. Even though we acquired images almost every day, where the seagrass should not be changed, should be the same, but the result can vary significantly in this middle level percent cover. But for the very low cover and high percent cover, it's good, yeah. So that's what we did, and we also did the same for Sentinel-2, and also we did the same from What2, which is a product from Maxar. We try to assess whether the performance of What2 to map continuous seagrass meadows and also patchy seagrass meadows is the same or not, and how we try to do it vice versa. For example, we try to develop models from seagrass located in the continuous meadows, try to apply it on the patchy meadows and vice versa, and how does it work? Yeah, we try to assess that as well. And yeah, we have a lot of works like that, assessing the inputs and also the field data. The field data is especially regarding how we can really integrate the data that we collected in the field to remote sensing data. We know there is a gap of information that we collected in the field and also what is actually recorded by the satellite. Yeah, from the size itself is already different. Usually we collect the data using maybe half meters quadrat and also maybe 1 meters, or maybe photo transect where the extent might be inconsistent or something like that. We can also use drones to get the high resolution data. We can interpret the percent cover directly from the drone. And yeah, we try to assess that as well, and how best it is integrated to the satellite images, especially at the medium spatial resolution. Because I think it's impractical if we try to make it similar with the satellite data. It's impossible. We bring 10 by 10 meters quadrat on the field. Yeah, it's not possible. So how do we integrate that, and how we should integrate that? Yeah, we're also working on that. Okay, so we also develop various methodology for seagrass mapping, like absent percent, leaf area index, percent cover, stock carbon, and then also the carbon assimilation, as well as the species, and also try to develop a model that can be quite consistent if we try to apply it multi-temporally, especially for monitoring. And for students, mainly we are doing a mapping activity in the selected sites, and also of course, all these activities are intended to support the availability of seagrass in Indonesia as well. So the content would be divided into these three big parts. The first one about the seagrass species mapping and its challenges. And the second one would be about the mapping the variation of seagrass, monthly and seasonally, and our ongoing seagrass project. And hopefully it can capture collaboration between us. Yeah, maybe some of you are interested to join and collaborate, maybe provide some data, maybe donate some of your data to us, or vice versa, something like that. Okay, when we are talking about mapping seagrass species, the first thing first is we have to understand whether the seagrass species are spectrally different. So we try to measure several seagrass species commonly found in Indonesia. Yeah, not only the healthy leaves, but also the leaf covered by epiphyte and also the damaged leaves. So our result indicates that actually healthy seagrass species is not really easy to differentiate spectrally, especially when we are using multispectral images. Because when we analyze the absorption features of each seagrass species, it is actually located almost in the same wavelength, or even if it is different, it's only like a 5 or 10 nanometers differences. So it is practically impossible if we only rely on the spectral information alone. Yeah. See, this is the first derivative spectra of the seagrass species. We can see that it's actually quite tight, the differences, when we try to analyze all these healthy seagrass. And yeah, that's our conclusion that it's difficult. And based on the available remote sensing data currently available today, even though it's hyperspectral, it's still not possible, because I think the most precise hyperspectral data have like a 10 nanometers spectral resolution. So yeah, it's still not possible. Because we also assessed the newly launched Prisma hyperspectral data for seagrass species mapping. Yeah, it is also didn't work, not only because of the spectral, but also the spatial resolution, which is 30 by 30. Even though the Prisma data also have panchromatic bands, we try to improve the spatial resolution, but yeah, the result is still not satisfying, because the signal to noise ratio of the Prisma hyperspectral data in the water area is still quite high. So we get a lot of noise instead of information that coming from seagrass. And yeah, this is the comparison between the healthy, damaged, and seagrass covered by epiphyte. So actually, it is more easy to differentiate seagrass healthy and damaged in comparison to differentiating between seagrass species if they are all healthy. Because the peak reflectance shifting toward longer wavelength, so we can see that the wavelength that can be used to differentiate this healthy and damaged seagrass leaf is quite wide. So yeah, it's easier, theoretically. But practically, we still have to understand that seagrass is not living alone. I mean, they have friends like macroalgae, microbenthos, substrate, that can obscure also the pixels. Yeah. Sometimes when the seagrass is green, healthy, you have like for example, Halimeda or Ulva in between. So it's also difficult to differentiate, because we actually also construct a spectral library for macroalgae as well, from the green algae, brown algae, red algae, and yeah, we match it. The healthy seagrass species have the same reflectance pattern with the green macroalgae as well. And when the seagrass is damaged, the leaf is damaged, and then, or maybe covered by epiphyte, is also similar with brown algae, like a sargassum, padina, or something. And when the seagrass become red due to the exposure to sunlight too much, like we encounter in Rote Island and also some in Labuan Bajo, a lot of thalassodendron has a lot red color leaves. Yeah, it becomes similar with the red macroalgae, the reflectance. So yeah, theoretically it is okay, but practically in the field, especially at the pixel level, where you have to generalize the information, it's getting more complicated. So yeah. Yeah, this is the average of the reflectance from all the species altogether. So yeah, it's possible, yeah, but maybe not 100% practical. Yeah, depends on the environmental condition, the spatial resolution, the tides as well. And we are talking when the seagrass is exposed. When seagrass is underwater, the effect of water column, energy attenuation take place. So it's getting more difficult. Even though we might try to correct the image using radiative transfer model or something, still correction leave some noise and also some uncertainties. So yeah, I also remember a paper from Lucas and Goodman in 2015. They also create an optical dendrogram for objects at different depth. So actually at the 0 or min sea level, some species or some objects are quite spectrally separable, but as the water gets deeper, it becomes mixed. I mean, in the optical dendrogram, seagrass can mix with coral, macroalgae can mix with sand with microbenthos or something. So yeah, it's getting more challenging. Okay, so how do we proceed from there? I've already mentioned there, we cannot only rely on the spectral information alone, so we try to also consider the spatial aspect of the seagrass, like trying to see the pattern and trying to get the absolute reflectance as well, and also try to get information like texture and everything, and try to put it together on the geobia, and then we get a better result. Yeah, but it is not an individual species. You will get more like space composition, yeah, species composition, and then, or maybe you can create a classification scheme that was created based on the life form, like a long leaves, short leaves, or maybe the combination between long and short leaves, something like that, to make it more general, yeah, make it easier for us to map. And I think it works better. So this is one of our case study in Kemujan Island in Karimun Jawa Islands. So this different level of complexity related with the optical dendrogram in the background. So the first level, the second level, third level, and the fourth level. The third level is actually based on the life form. And we can see that the accuracy is actually quite good if we combine the machine learning and also image segmentation. But the accuracy is very low if we only rely on the spectral information, like the one from Spectral Angle Mapper, Spectral Information Divergence, that only rely on spectral alone. The quality is really, really bad. It's like 7%, 26%, but when we are trying to use CTA and OBIA, it gets better. But it doesn't mean that all the area that can be mapped will always result like this. It strongly depends on the complexity of the seagrass meadows. You might encounter seagrass with relatively monospecific species, but yeah, in other areas, like in Rote Island, like Prof. Rohani already mentioned, that in a 1 by 1 meter square, you can find 5 or 6 species all together clumping together. So yeah, this cannot be used as baseline, but at least we can say that we cannot only rely on spectral information alone, but we have to incorporate various information in order to be able to map species. Okay. And all this information are available on our publication, and yeah, we provide the result on 2 images, the planetscope and also in the world view, and the result is the same. All the algorithm that uses only spectral information alone, yeah, the accuracy is very low. Okay, so next I will talk about the monthly variation of above ground carbon stock of seagrass. So maybe Matt already mentioned that we mapped the Labuan Bajo multi-temporally for 2 years, 24 months, to understand the dynamics of seagrass here. And yeah, this is the flowchart of our works. And we also develop empirical relationship between percent cover and also above ground carbon stock from several areas in Indonesia, like from Karimun Jawa Island, Labuan Bajo, Parang Island, and also yeah, I think that's the 3 areas that we have tried to develop the empirical relationship between percent cover and AGC at species level and also regardless of the species. So we have the equation for each species, and also we have equation for yeah, the whole seagrass. We did not really consider the species. Why we have to develop these 2 types of equation? Because it is not always easy to map the species of seagrass. So whenever we are not able to do the mapping, we use the equation based on the seagrass, not by species. And yeah, we try to assess various image corrections, transformation, and regression algorithms to try to develop the model, and we managed to get this multi-temporal time series image of seagrass in Labuan Bajo. So this is the legend of the maps. So this is a map from January 2019, February, March, April, May, and then July, August, September, October, November, December. And when we summarize the result, we can see the nice pattern here. So actually for the last 2 years, not the last 2 years, 2019 and 2020, the pattern is quite consistent where the seagrass has lower biomass at the beginning and at the end of the year, and also higher at the middle of the year. Yeah. So actually we also already apply the third year in 2021, and the result is also the same, where the seagrass biomass is lower in the beginning of the year and also the end of the year. And we try to check what is the causes for this pattern, and we found out that among several parameters that we already tested, it seems rainfall has the significant relationship with the pattern. Because we tried to assess the sea surface temperature, the POC, and also other factors, it didn't have any significant relationship. But for the rainfall, yes, we do. And based on this result, we try to, and this is also available for you to read. And we actually not only trying to map the above ground carbon stock, but also the assimilation. So this paper was collaboration with BRIN as well, with Mas An and Hafiz. And yeah, based on that result, that we are confident we are maybe able to develop a robust algorithm to try to map seagrass above ground carbon stock across Indonesia. And based on our result, we decided to use Sentinel-2 because I think it is widely available, freely, quite consistent. I mean, the level 2A, the surface reflectance product, is more consistent than Planet. And also for Indonesia, which is large, I think 10 by 10 spatial resolution is sufficient. And we can get the data quite good, the quality. The signal to noise ratio in the water body is also quite good. Then we try to develop it. And even though we are able to develop the algorithm, this model only works on a clear or relatively clear water. It doesn't work on turbid water. And also, if we have image at low tide, it is preferable, of course, to minimize the impact of water column, attenuation. And also, we have already applied this algorithm in 11 different sites across Indonesia. And from our initial assessment, based on 24 months of pattern, yeah, we feel that the model is quite consistent. But not all this area is validated yet. So we have data, but not all this data. So maybe if, yeah, like I said in the beginning, if you want to donate some field data, like a percent cover or something, yeah, it can accelerate the validation process of this algorithm. And this shows the location in Belitung. Yeah, we can see for the last 2 years, I think the pattern is quite similar, and there is not really any seasonal variation there. And for Gorontalo, yeah, it's also similar pattern with some variation, but it's still the same. I mean, yeah, it's not really changing a lot. And this is for in Bunaken, yeah, and yeah, it shows areas where the pattern between years is not so much different. But if we, yeah, like in Rote Island, and these two data here is actually not like that. I mean, it's not accurate these 2 months because of the image quality. In these 2 months, we cannot get any good image of Sentinel-2 for the whole month. So we try to get to apply the data, the model in that month using any available image. Yeah, but that's the result. So this also shows that if we can get a good or at least acceptable image, then we can still proceed with the model. But if there is no good image, I mean the good image, for example, like a lot of cloud cover, or maybe the sun glint is too strong. Yeah, to some extent sun glint can be corrected, but to some extent it is not. So yeah. And last, I would like to compare this pattern. This is the Labuan Bajo for the 3 years that I've already mentioned. And this is for the Rawan Island. This is very important because if we want to do monitoring, we have to at least understand this pattern. Because the peak of seagrass growth is not always happen at the same month on different years. So for example, if we plan to do monitoring every May, it can lead to a biased result because, for example, like this, if we came on May in the previous year, it's a peak season. And then if we come to the next year, it's not. So we can make a conclusion that the seagrass is actually decreasing, but actually it's still in the growing process, waiting for growing up to the peak. So if we can understand this, we can select the best time to do the monitoring. So to be fair, because if not, then we can like reporting to our office or our funding body that, oh, the seagrass is decreasing a lot, but actually it's not growing yet. And this is unique to various seagrass meadows and related to various environmental factors. So this is the location of our field data that we have. So the blue one is the area that we have collected the data ourselves, but the red one is the area where we apply the model, but we don't have yet data for validation. So if any of you want to contribute some data, then we can accelerate this process to get the accuracy report for all this area. And I don't know, maybe hopefully this can be like useful for the government, for everyone who need all this model. And we are really happy to collaborate to accelerate this model. And so this is our current project that we are working on. As Prof. Rohani already mentioned, we have like a Pakat Foundation funding us for developing the seagrass mapping framework, to achieve one map seagrass of Indonesia. We are currently in the first phase of the project where we're trying to gather as much as information regarding the stakeholder of seagrass, the policy covering the seagrass, and also what is the available data across Indonesia, and also what kind of method that various parties in Indonesia trying to use the map, and also produce the map, and also who is the user, who is the producer. Because not a lot of data available, so maybe the one who should be a user suddenly become a producer in order to fulfill their activities, something like that. So we are currently in this phase. And in the near future, we are also going to the field to validate the different survey technique. We know that a lot of survey technique were used for seagrass mapping, like from seagrass watch, seagrass net, photo transect, photo quadrate, and then maybe using drones. A lot of this data actually always have errors. And we are trying to assess which survey actually produce minimum error propagation when trying to integrate with satellite data. That way we can try to see what is possible, and if it is possible, then what is the trade-off and something like that. And then the third one, we are currently assessing the new Super Dove band. The planet releasing a new generation of sensor consists of 8 bands. So 7 bands visible and 1 band near infrared, which is quite useful for underwater mapping. But right now we are currently assessing the performance of this new 8 band for mapping. But the initial result, it seems that it's not really promising. Maybe for land-based application is good, but for underwater mapping, the accuracy is relatively similar with the Dove Classic and Dove Air. But the improvement, as far as we already identified, is the less salt and pepper in the classification results. So it has better, lower noise level in compared to the previous generation. So in the previous generation, you usually have a lot of salt and pepper, but this one is more compact. I mean, the result is better. And also for regional to national seagrass mapping, we in our research groups trying to use multi-temporal composite for intertidal seagrass mapping. So using 1 year composite of sentinel data, we can try to create a lowest tide composite of seagrass area. And also we can try to identify which area is greatly intertidal and which area is subtidal. And then if we can make a boundary of that, then we can try to check the maximum growth of each seagrass in its pixel throughout the years. So that way we can map the maximum potential of seagrass area. Because if we only selected some dates pixel which is actually sand can be seagrass in the next month or next 2 months. But if we can try to create this composite, the maximum composite of seagrass growth, then we can tell which area is seagrass and which area is not. I mean by not is never been seagrass there, but area that at least there is a seagrass in a year will be still classified as seagrass. And we also collaborate with the researcher in the different countries, like trying to identify the resilience of seagrass based on the sea turtle grazing, and also we try to assess the condition of mangrove forest in Mozambique. So that's from me, sorry, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Prama. So what I was going to let me ask. What I was going to suggest, and you can tell me if you agree or not, because I'm a terrible chair. If we can have everyone's talks and then the question session, or would you prefer have the questions after each talk? Which? Okay, one discussion session after all the speakers. Okay, that's what we'll do. Thank you. It's a democracy. Okay, so thank you, Prama. The challenges associated with seagrass mapping, especially using a spectral approach, really good discussion of that. So now allow me to hand over the floor to Nani, who's come all the way from Bajo and is very enthusiastic. She's so enthusiastic. She's running out the door. No, she's coming here. So enthusiastic about giving her talk today. Which microphone would you like? We can turn it on. It just doesn't work so well. Hold it up.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I'm nervous. Previously, the speaker talked very good English. There's no trace of Japanese in there. Excellent. So, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Adriani. You can call me Nani. I'm from IPB University in Bogor. It's located 1,818 kilometers from here. Yep, it's quite far. It took you a month if you take a walk. So I'm going to share a bit about seagrass experience from IPB and how we would like to transform some educational activities or maybe academic experience into this blue economy approach. A little bit background about me, not as a researcher, but as currently as an undergraduate course manager. One of the issue related with educational learning outcome for the bachelor students in marine science at my university is related with apply recent and appropriate marine science and technological development to explore ocean resources and environment while contributing to the blue economic growth. It was hard. Deciding it was hard, but we need to start somewhere, and this is the point. So luckily, this platform enabled us to exercise our capacity as an institution, and also the gap that we need to close if we would achieve the common goal in 2030. On the next slide, I would like to share the IPB Lamun milestone. Seagrass is Lamun in Bahasa. So in 1985, there was only one document at IPB repository. It was from Bapak Malikusworo Hutomo. His thesis is about seagrass, and he was the one who coined the term lamun in Indonesia for seagrass, not the rumput laut. And until now, we already produced more than 12,000 documents from undergraduate thesis to doctoral thesis. However, I think it's much, much more. However, compared to the coral reefs, it reached more than 3,000 documents, so it's still lacking. Compared to the mangroves, it's doubled from that. So, wow, seagrass is very much forgotten. The next slide, we can see that previously, Pak Prama already mentioned the big challenge related with the extensive coastlines that we have. However, the awareness needs to rise in order for us to start do some climate action, real action. In addition to support the blue economy, which are still maybe fake concept until now. However, in facing this challenge, to the next slide, I would like to share our mapping activities on seagrass and blue carbon exposed ecosystem. And I started in 2007, while previously I engaged with several CSIRO scientists, mostly on oceanographic research vessel. I think some of the CSIRO guys know Lindsay Pender or Susan Weevil, something like that, yeah. The engineer know. And so my journey in the seagrass ecosystem is pretty much the same with what Nick mentioned. It was sometimes a quarrel between the technologists and the ecologists at field, because sometimes our share of story is not really represented using the technology. Technology is like, you go the easy way, we took the hard way, something like that. So, however, back then we started very hard, and however, 10 years from there, Rolsuma developed this nice picture and how we should start with elucidating reef benthic components and also the geomorphology to support the seagrass mapping. Continue to the next slide. Let me just give more example on how the reef benthic component and also the reef geomorphology would support the continuous existence of mangrove seagrass to the coral reef ecosystem continually, and it's nice. The next slide, using the same map, and I'm not going to go with the method, but for mangroves, I would like to emphasize there is this capacity to map the genus in a good resolution, because in addition to the large canopy, in addition to the very robust structure above the surface, above the land, mangroves have this specific division between those who live on sandy substrates with those who live in the muddy substrate. So using this approach combined with the some algorithm and DVI, the water index and also the soil water index, we can differentiate several genuses and apply it into a regency scale mapping for the Berau Regency, and this was resulted from the work by Pak Syamsul B. Agus in 2019 for the TNC Indonesia program. On the next slide, we, however, got challenged by the TNC to apply the modified method to map the seagrass for the whole East Kalimantan province. However, despite the condition, we saw that using the satellite remote sensing, it was very difficult to differentiate the spectral signatures in the water column with a very turbid condition, and to differentiate the fact that there was some seagrass shoots underneath. So using that, faced with that fact, we started to get more focused work on try to differentiate certain area where there is a particular seagrass consumer at place. So in the left side, there's a picture of how we would like to develop mapping, seagrass mapping for identification of a mathematical formula to identify where the dugong habitat is located. It was conducted in Wawoni'i in southeast Sulawesi. On the left side, in the nose of Kalimantan, we saw that the seagrass near the nose of Kalimantan already existed, and there is also people knowledge that we gained that there are some dugongs at place, but however we cannot really map the seagrass condition, but the location located far away from the river mouth. So there is this particular challenge, and we think that there is an influence from the seagrass morphology, or maybe there is a condition related with the coastal geomorphology configuration in determining the seagrass mapping using the satellite data. On the next slide, there is this first challenge, how to map seagrass located in turbid areas. However, if some potential sites with flourished seagrass beds located near the river mouth, and actually how they can live there, the location is so turbid. Usually, plants would require clearer water for them to photosynthesize. However, in this turbid water, they can still flourish and forming large seagrass beds. So there are several points of interest to enable us to maybe pursue this particular challenge in seagrass mapping in Indonesia, in addition to your challenge, who's already a lot. The second issue is related with, in addition to mapping, I really would like to go a little bit back in the next slide in how to connect the NDC, or nationally determined contribution. So seagrass carbon and climate action, how to connect these two ideas. In the next slide, actually, NDC actually already being established in Indonesia since 2016 by the law number 16/2016 by ratifying Paris Agreement. However, if taking back to this moment currently, we already lagging quite a number a year, while we have this particular target in 2030 to reduce at least 29% of Indonesian greenhouse gas emission unconditionally, and hopefully 41% with the help of other countries with good technologies, good method, and also good approach. However, there's a particular schematics that is also prepared by the government to pursue this particular target. We presented here from KLHK 2020 publication about how to strategize some NDC actions into 5 particular sectors. The first one is related to forestry. I'm sorry, it's still in Bahasa. The second one is related with the energy. The third one is related with the waste, how we manage them, and also some others related with the agriculture and also industrial products and industry. However, if we see this particular scheme, at least 3 sectors are going to have impact in terms of material transport, in terms of organic waste transport to the coastal ecosystem, and seagrass will be affected heavily. In addition to that, from this map, we can already see that for each of the sectors, every ministry, some ministries already taking part. And don't worry, BRIN and also the university, most of us who are present here under the Ministry of Education are not listed there. So it's not our responsibility, something like that. However, if we would like to support this idea of seagrass, supporting blue carbon, supporting blue economy, we need to start developing more awareness, developing more dialogues with the, not just with the ministry, but others related under the ministry at the province level, on the regency level, and also even at the village level. Why the village level matters, on the next slide, I am exemplifying how to connect climate action with seagrass carbon, in particularly related with good practices that Indonesian already developed in the past almost 10 years. On the left side is related with the distribution of villages under Proklim program. Proklim is program Kampung Iklim. On the right side, it's related with distribution of climate change vulnerability index, which already being produced by KLHK as guidance to start evaluating which area needs more effort, needs more incentive. I'm going to talk about this later on because Matt already mentioned that, but however, I think this particular issue needs to be raised and we need to start thinking about that particular ideas. So we're going to jump to several slides. This is the method how to measure the CIDIC, the index for vulnerability index to climate change. The next slide is related with the idea how the national determinant contribution should ignite local action plan, and this slides and this idea is as a courtesy from Pa Ferdinand, who has been working closely with John McGregor. I believe he's also from CSIRO scientist. So we're going to skip some slides and not talking about NDC, even the platform and also the logical framework in doing that. Please continue. So most of us exist in this room already connected to this picture from the published in 2014, Macready. Yeah, it's quite famous paper related with carbon pools, carbon stock, and how processes from the land and also from the ocean would concentrate on the seagrass and how it will affect the carbon pool or even the ecological processes that provide important services to the livelihood of the community. Therefore, finally, I would like to connect to the livelihood. Why? Because this morning Matt mentioned about that. The first one is related with the importance of mapping. The second one is related with the carbon pool. The third one is how to connect those two into the livelihood. So on the next slide, allow me to share our previous experience with the community in developing local-based, community-based seagrass protection area. And this work particularly being inspired by Pak Wawan and his colleague back in Bintan. So as you can see here, this is a map of dugong distribution and also the seagrass, alleged seagrass distribution according to the points of dugong sightings. Mostly those areas are still neglected compared to the area where most climate action already took place. So that's one idea, that's one potential mission for further collaboration and mainstreaming the seagrass issue or seagrass agenda in this forum. On the second, on the next slide, it's related with another example how this particular communication with the community, how we would like to acknowledge and also gather more information about the local traditional knowledge or maybe their perception to the environment. It's a map of Bintan. So it's in the North Bintan, and it's already to zoom out to zoom in to see on which RT. Bahasa Inggrisnya apa ya RT ya? Saya jadi bingung. So in a village, usually there are sub-communities. So these sub-communities, the lowest sub-communities, it's called RT, Rukun Tetangga. So why we would like to map these particular community groups in detail, in such particular detail? Because at that time, LIPI, Pak Wawan and his colleague already initiate seagrass conservation action in Bintan back in 2012. Back in 2010 ya Pak Wawan ya? No, 2008. Yeah, 2008. Yeah, I mean, so having that said, and the people say that Bintan already set as examples. However, when we came there, the conditions are quite in limbo. Why? Because there are still practices related with the seagrass ecosystem which are not sustainable. For example, this morning Ibu Rohani mentioned about bekarang, collecting or gleaning for the seashells, and it's quite massive. While on the other hand, large predators in the seagrass ecosystem, the dugong, continuously facing strangled and also died during fishing activities. So this particular map would like to represent, there is can the operator put a click to the slide please? Yeah. In this map we identified at least several geomorphological features which might be important to support local adaptation in promoting the protection of local dugong population. So this particular reef group for orientation from the to the southeast. I'm sorry, I'm female of the species. Usually we turn the lamp head to the right and we turn to the left. So orientation is not good for me. So the reef group orientation is to the southeast. And previously, this local fisherman, he put this set net with guiding trap face directly to the groove. Therefore, the frequency of the incidental bycatch of dugong high. However, combine this particular information and ideas we gained from observing the seagrass using the drone, we would like to support the local community in keep supporting the previous idea mentioned by proposed by LIPI. Therefore, they turn a little bit the orientation of the guiding trap and also the fishing set net trap. And thankfully, and since 2018, there was no information about seagrass entrapment in that particular kelong. It was surprising, and it's still going on until now. However, if I would like to relate this particular action into the livelihood support, it was related with the need to upscale the village capacity to manage their resources, to perform dialogues to higher government or maybe to other private resorts located nearby the Bintan beach area, and maybe they can get several incentive from this conservation activities. From this map, from the distribution of village map, we are developing another map, but it's about stakeholder map. So this particular stakeholder map enables us to really evaluate the capacity of the village institution. And at that particular time, village institution capacity is very much low compared to the conservation activities and program hoped by the private resort. So there are more works to do, Pak Wawan. On the next slide is related with the example from Toli-Toli, and similar, the approach is similar. We identified strategic sector, particularly coastal resources used mostly by the local communities, and the strengthening of institutional capacity is also improved. At the same time, we conduct research. So the result, and the next slide, we determined that there is a need for, in addition to training, product development, product fisheries development. So on the far corner left, there is a product of sambal tembang Malala, this spicy chili sauce. Spicy chili sauce from ikan tembang, sardinella fish. If you sell sardinella fish fresh, usually it only costs 8,000. But using this packaging and processing, you can sell this product from 20,000 to 25,000 rupiah. So it's a quite good economic incentive for the community to start developing their own conservation in the protecting seagrass ecosystem. However, why we do this particular approach, not giving incentive related to coastal tourism, because the area is quite good for visit. On the top, you can see there's the fishermen with the tambang fish yield, and the tambang fish yield on certain season, they can exceed 2 tons per day. It was too much, and the market didn't reach there. So what did they do? They just throw it away. So the fish discarded waste would produce organic waste to the seagrass ecosystem, and we would like to stop that instantly, and luckily they support us. And it's still going on until now, so it's one of the good ideas and good experience to share with you guys. So lastly, what we are going to do next. On the next slide, on the next 2 slides, hopefully it's the next 2 slides. It's our current approach using this grant by the Ministry of Education, Merdeka Belajar. We are developing Ocean Knowledge Hub, and also we are doing this transformation in educational activities to the Generation Z, whom some people considered as sandwich generation or strawberry generation, in where they usually would like to do more. They would like to contribute more, but they have this lack of effective communication skill. They also have this difficulty in absorbing difficult concept related with science. So we are developing this new potential competency and also potential new job in the future. It's junior Met Ocean data analyst. Why Ocean data? Because from this particular skill related with data science or data analyst, hopefully they can get the idea on how the interaction between the ocean and the atmosphere really determine the dynamic weather in the Indonesian archipelago. However, combine these particular data skills with the ability for them to do land use change analysis would enable them to really differentiate if in particular area it's related with anthropogenic drivers or really related with climate change related drivers, facilitating the change, facilitating the condition of the community or maybe the resources at the village. And finally, hopefully this would initiate open science community, which still is lacking in Indonesia. The final, that's the third challenge that I would like to discuss to some of you maybe. The final one is related with how we would like to do more efficient seagrass mapping activity. Please continue to the last slide and click on the image. So this is just simple video trying to grab some pictures on seagrass and try to develop some algorithm on differentiating. This is seagrass. That's not seagrass, that's the sand. That's another darker picture. It's actually a macroalgae. And it actually was developed in Bintan, and currently we are still on the phase just trying to differentiate percent cover, and hopefully in the future we can develop it into the biomass estimation, because biomass sampling in seagrass is like, oh, Pawawan. No. Thank you very much for your lesson. It was exciting actually. So thank you very much to all the previous partners, previous colleagues who enabled IPB and also me who have this particular experience and insights about seagrass. Thank you.
Thank you, Nani. I think probably you should never be nervous about speaking English in a public presentation. If you start thinking that way next time, just remember you speak English better than Nick speaks Bahasa. Okay. So one more presentation to round out this session before we go to the open discussion. I would like to introduce Charlotte Tupan from yes. Thank you. Yeah, Charlotte Tupan from the Maluku. Yeah. Maluku Islands, and I think Ambon is where you're based, yeah, a place that I've heard a lot about but don't know very much about, so I would like to learn more. Would you like this microphone, or you want to go up there? Yeah.
Good afternoon. I want to thank to Pak Andreas and C0 and the committee. Now I want to talk about seagrass in Maluku. I'm not an expert in remote sensing, but now I want to talk about research on seagrass in Maluku. My name is Charlotte Irene Tupan from Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, Patimura University, Ambon. Next. Yeah, this map is Maluku. The red cycle is Maluku. Maluku has 12 islands and a coastline of 10,662 kilometers. Next. There are 5 locations that I choose to show the research on seagrass that has been done there. The first, Ambon Islands, the Red Circle, and Seram Island, Buru Island, Southeast Aru, Aru Island, and Southwest Maluku. The first Ambon Islands, most of the seagrass research conducted is about community structure and health of seagrass status because it's one of the basic data for the management of seagrass. The research from 6 locations in Ambon Island, we found 9 species, Enhalus acuroides, Thalassia hemprisi, Halophila ovalis, Halophila minor, Syringodium isotifolium, Cimodocea rotundata, Cimodocea cerulata, Halophila pinifolia, and Halophila uninervis. With a density range from 1.78 shoot per meter square to 810.35 shoot per meter square. Percent cover is 0.70% to 91.35%. Health status of seagrass is 39.19%, categorized less rich, to 95.2% categorized rich. Research on carbon from 3 locations found carbon stock in POCA location is 130.55 grams carbon per meter square. In Suli village, it is 223.64 grams carbon per meter square, and in Wai village, 129.66 gram carbon per meter square. Productivity or carbon sequestered at 2 sites with 2 species is 1.15 to 1.50 to 1 grams to 51 grams carbon per meter square per day. Species Thalassia hemprisi, and 1.42 to 1.62 grams carbon per meter square per day, and Halus acuroides in Y village. 0.43 to 0.54 Thalassia hemprisi, and 1.45 to 1.81 grams carbon per meter square per day, and Halus acuroides. Another research in Ambon Islands about growth and population dynamic. I found that population of Thalassia hemprisi in Suli village have higher recruitment rate than the mortality rate. It is mean the seagrass population to increase, but population of seagrass Thalassia hemprisi in Tanjung Tiram Poka, other place, is in a state of decline. Because recruitment rate is smaller than mortality rate. And then other research about accumulation and deposition of lead in the seagrass tissue. I found that seagrass has strategy for minimizing the translocation of lead in other tissue and to avoid toxic. And then heavy metal lead in seagrass, I found that seagrass as a bioindicator of lead heavy metal pollution. Another research about fish and seagrass in Amboina Bay, done by Ibu Rohani et al. They found that seagrass as a feeding and nursery ground. And then I talk about research on Seram Islands. Next. This research from 6 locations in Ambon Islands, we found 7 species like this. Seagrass health, the area is 823.615 hectares, and density ranges from 187.83 to 566.48 shoot per meter square. Seagrass health status ranges from 29.23% to 65.17%. Carbon stock research in Kotania Bay, one place in Seram Islands, from 6 locations with the following result: 330.5 grams carbon per meter square in Buntal and Tatumbo Island, 223.7 Marsego Island, 198 Barnusang Peninsula, 208.8 Lopesi Village, 242.1 grams carbon per meter square Taman Jaya Village. Next, Buru Islands, the red circle. In Buru Islands, the research from 4 locations. There are 6 species like that. Then density ranges from 135.4 to 221.25 shoot per meter square. Seagrass health status ranges from 50.1 categorized less rich to 75.46% categorized rich. Carbon stock ranges from 18.22 to 22.1 grams carbon per meter square. And then Southeast Aru in Aru Islands. Next, the red circle. There are 10 species. The largest species, the largest number of species in Maluku, in Southeast Aru. Seagrass health status ranges from 20.79% categorized pure to 78.66% categorized rich. And the last islands, Southwest Maluku, the blue circle. Data from 20 sites on 5 islands. We found 8 species. Seagrass health status ranges from 15.9% categorized pure to 44% categorized less rich. And percent cover, 29.6% categorized moderate density in Lirang Islands, and 44% moderate density in Wetar Island, and then 15.9% categorized low density in Kisar Island, and 19.8% categorized low density in Moa Islands, and 30% moderate density in Romang Islands. This research, I and Pak Lumban, we joined together to cover this research. Data from the last two locations, Southeast Aru and Southwest Maluku, are used to determine conservation area. And next, constraint research in Maluku. Maluku consists of numerous islands with changing weather depend on season. Consequently, more funding are needed for research to cover many small islands and outer islands. I hope after this, there will be collaboration with Australia, maybe Mr. Map, for research in Maluku. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. I would certainly like to visit the Maluku, place that I'm interested in but have never been. So now I think we can move to the open discussion, and I'm going to change the format a little bit because I think I need help. So what I'm going to do is give the microphone to Astrid and Ayu, and they're going to help me. And maybe we can find another one. And then Pak Tony, and if Andreas is not too busy, you can help me with the facilitation of the discussion, because that way I can concentrate and write some notes, because this is the part that I would like to be writing some notes and making sure that I record some of the ideas. So this discussion is to follow up on all of the talks that we've had through the day about the mapping and about understanding seagrass distribution and how it connects with the different elements. And so you might like to start with your questions to the speakers that we've had today, and then from there we can start generating a broader discussion about what we need, what's next. I know there's been a few ideas through the discussions about what's next. So is everyone okay with that? Yeah. Andreas, do you want to help me facilitate the discussion? So I want to write the notes, and I know Pak Tony said he would be available to help as well. So I'll open the floor. I'm going to get my notebook. All right. Here's a...
Okay. So question from me to all the presenters, and thank you all for really great presentations. But I was interested to know, amongst yourselves, how many of you knew about the other people's studies? So I'm trying to get a sense of how much do people know that's going on in terms of other people's studies. Did anyone know about Charlotte's study, for example, in Ambon? Prama, it sounds like exactly the kind of data that you were after, so I'm sure you'll be following up with a conversation. So I was interested to hear from the presenters as well as everyone else as to whether you think there is more we can do to increase the community of practice around sharing data and talking about different studies. Thank you.
Is there any response?
Okay, thank you, Andrew, for the
questions. Yeah, regarding whether we know each other's project or something, I think it's highly depend on the collaboration that we had in the past. Usually, for example, in UGM, we collaborate with BRIN or maybe P2 or LIPI in the previous year before they turned into BRIN, and also with Labuan, PIG, and to some extent we know what the Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Affairs are doing because we have also a collaborator there. But yeah, maybe information like that are shared through collaboration, but whether we actually understand the big picture, maybe not so much. Yeah, that's based on my experience. If we have a collaboration, we practically know what they are doing, but if we don't, then we might not know what they are doing. Maybe that's for me, Andrew. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Pak Andy, my name is Eka, yeah. I work for the Regional Development Planning Agency. Regarding your questions, for me actually, because I work for the Regional Development Planning, we handle the planning documents in terms of the short terms, annual development plan, and then medium term for 5 years, also the long term, 20 years. So for me, this blue carbon and seagrass ecosystem livelihood, it's something new for me because my work is actually for personal interest. I work in public transport, but I can use the multi-level governance to look into the livelihood side of it. So that's how I get involved with this project, which is really useful. And now, just to let you know, at this moment, the Bapeda work closely with Bapenas. We are working on the low carbon development plan combined with the adaptation to climate change, so resilience to climate change. So all this material, it's actually very useful for us in designing the development programs for all the coastal areas. For example, Ibu Susi mentioned that the rate is 3% per year for these seagrass ecosystems. If we have the target, say for example, we want to reduce it to 1% or 2% for the next 10 or 20 years, what will be the development programs and activities that we need to do the intervention, the actions, as well as where is the exact locations that we need to know so that we can take the action. So the mapping is very useful. This is like bridging between the science side of the seagrass ecosystems and then also how we do the intervention with the local communities or other NGOs working for these blue carbon problems and strategies, things like that. For example, in our region, in NTB, we have the WCS. This organization is very concerned with the blue carbon with the conservation area. Tomorrow we will talk about the study about the livelihood in Project Village in Sumbawa Island. So this is very important for us. That's what I can share for today. Thank you very much.
Selamat sore, Bapak-Bapak dan Ibu-Ibu. Good afternoon. My name is Tony Wage. I just arrived this afternoon and I'm here to help Pak Matt, Andy, Andreas to facilitate the discussion. So I'm no seagrass scientist, not at all, but I've kind of like did some work many years back when I did my undergraduate in Bogor. So that's sort of like the only sort of like encountered first time in Pulau Pari, and then continued on several years when I work in different parts of Indonesia. I know some people here, Pak Wawan, nice to see you, and glad to see all this seagrass, blue carbon scientists that you were able to pull together here, Pak Matt, Pak Andy. Bapak Ibu sekalian, saya mau coba fasilitasi saja karena saya terus terang baru datang ini nih dan mengikuti pembahasan yang saya rasa sangat kaya nih dengan informasi yang bisa disampaikan oleh Bapak Ibu sekalian. The reason why I'm standing here is that I think the discussion is very rich and very useful, especially in the work that we all have been doing and I'm doing in ICCTF Bappenas. So what I'm going to do is to pull some comments that maybe will be channeled to Pak Matt, and then later Andreas will summarize at the end. Jadi begini, kita bicara topik mengenai mapping. Mapping seagrass ini sejak 30-an tahun lalu itu yang saya cerita itu, 40 kali Pak Wawan, maaf. Saya pakai data, ngomong-ngomong sama Pak Hutomo dulu ya, ada 3 juta hektar ya, 3 million hectares. Apa Pak? Nah bayangkan. And then, so from 3 million hectares, some 30, 40 years ago, now it's going down to 300,000, right? That's from Pak Udi, colleagues from BRIN, I think Bu Susi, you've done a very good job in just at least putting some numbers. Because when we talk about blue carbon, you know, again, at COP in Bali, we don't know how much we have for the seagrass. All I know is that when you have dugongs, you have seagrass. When dugongs appeared in Tual, in this area Bintan, Likupang, then you have no seagrass anymore. So that's the thing, that a clear sign that seagrass is decreasing, disappearing. So is the ecosystems and all the biodiversities, right? So now you're talking about technology methods that can get and bring back the real number, give us the numbers. We have presentation from UGM. You have using this very sophisticated data and methodology. But my colleagues maybe in Ambon, in Unpati, they were just sort of like now doing the basic ecology data or methodology. So that's something that, for me, this is a striking thing that, okay, well, unlike our mangroves colleagues, they are using sort of like I would call, bukan canggih ya, tapi udah advance ya, method. But for this seagrass group, Pak Matt, we need a lot of a catch up to do. And that's the situation in Indonesia. But again, this is an opportunity, thanks to you guys, for having this group of people to talk about seagrass. Bapak Ibu sekalian, jadi bicara soal mapping, kita udah lihat kan data. Nah, mengkonfirmasi data 300.000 hektar yang dari laporan terakhir dari BRIN ini gimana caranya? Kalau saya ingat Mbak Susi kan, Pak Udi dan kawan-kawan bilang ini proxy kok. Kita juga memang udah survei di berbagai lokasi. Tapi kayaknya masih perlu lagi remote sensing. Terus saya lihat ada Google. Itu satu-satunya teknologi saya rasa yang bisa dipakai. Orang seperti Pak Wawan nih sangat bisa nyambung nih, gimana dulu collect data seagrass yang masih pakai ngumpul-ngumpul identifikasi, sekarang pakai satelit udah bisa Pak. Nah makanya belajar dari yang muda-muda Pak ya. Nah ini yang saya rasa perlu menjadi salah satu luaran penting dari pertemuan ini. Karena kita mesti keluar sedikit nih dari teman-teman mangrove. Kalau mangrove oke, kita udah bisa tidak semuanya yang dari BRIN, KLHK. Nah ini kan kesempatan bagus nih untuk kita bisa kumpulin yang namanya komunitas seagrass dulu. Cuma 3 orang ya Pak Wawan ya. Itu yang kita dulu ngomong waktu kita kita kerja kegiatan di Maluku. Nah, dah cukuplah dari saya. Sekarang kira-kira ini bicara mapping dulu nih. Supaya Pak Ahmed bisa dan juga teman-teman bisa ada kesempatan. Ini maaf, my English is not as good as where's Ibu Niki. But bicara gado-gado aja Pak, apa-apa. And I'll to translate that to Pak Matt. Pak Endi. Gimana nih, ini kita bicara soal mapping. Ada komentar nggak dari teman-teman? Silakan, Mbak Ayu.
Iya, Pak Tony mungkin, sorry. Maybe ke bahasa Indonesia aja ya?
Iya, bahasa Indonesia aja lah.
That's okay. I respect my supervisor, so I will use English.
Pak Ahmed, you can translate to him later.
No, jadi respond to what you have said before. Yeah, I agree. We do need mapping the seagrass extent for if we want to do blue carbon inventory in seagrass. But I think we already have data custodian for seagrass before that. I know it was in LIPI, but I don't know what is the update now. So probably we can start from that and continue. So rather than start from the scratch again. Yeah, so.
Data custodian ya.
Yeah, but I don't know what is the update now. And yeah. Yes, thank you.
Data custodian. Ada lagi? Silakan Bapak. Ayo Pak. Ini santai aja kita ya Pak ya. Oh mau nggak tuh Pak? Tenang, kamar besar juga nggak apa-apa Pak. Tenang Pak.
Baik, terima kasih Pak Tony. Selamat sore semua, saya Ande Kevi dari Taman Nasional Komodo.
Ini teman saya diving Pak, dia pura-pura nggak kenal saya Pak ini. Kita diving di Komodo Pak. We dove together, you know, and then we spot mantas, you know, right up there.
Sorry Pak.
Apa kabar Pak Kevi?
Dari tadi saya kayak, ini orang kayak pernah kenal di mana?
Saya lupa sama saya Pak, aduh. Ini Bapak,
maaf Pak Tony.
Kevi.
Tadi saya sempat tanya Pak Anton tadi. Ini kayak kenal di mana gitu Pak.
Lanjut Pak.
Ya Pak, pertanyaan saya yang pertama adalah kenapa kegiatan ini bukannya kami pesimis dengan proteksi daerah di luar kawasan konservasi. Tapi kita tahu bahwa kalau memang ini penting ke depan, kenapa tidak sebaiknya kegiatan pemetaan seagrass itu dilakukan di dalam kawasan konservasi juga? Karena notabene aturannya pasti lebih kuat. Kalau di luar, seperti yang telah dilakukan, yang kami juga ikut mengawasi, kalau memang ini dianggap penting kan, di luar itu sesewaktu masyarakat bisa membangun, membombardir pantai, baik mangrove maupun lamun, pasti membangun dan ada terjadi perubahan ekosistem. Tapi kalau di dalam, sudah pasti kuat. Kalau di dalam kawasan konservasi maksud kami. Itu yang pertama. Yang kedua, ini kalau sifatnya edukasi seperti top down, tidak bottom up. Livelihood sesuai dengan judul, bagaimana supaya ini mengakar ke masyarakat yang tinggal di pesisir, agar sesuai dengan topik livelihood itu bisa dimanfaatkan secara langsung. Artinya butuh penyuluhan yang lebih mendalam kepada masyarakat, sehingga mereka tahu bahwa manfaatnya secara langsung untuk bisa dapat digunakan sesuai dengan topik livelihood. Ini masih sifatnya top down menurut kami. Apa karena kegiatan ke East Nusa Tenggara belum terlalu banyak, makanya kami belum tahu. Terima kasih Pak Tony.
Baik.
Mohon maaf Pak Tony, saya dari tadi itu ini di mana?
Kita mesti turun lagi nanti Pak ya, kita diving lagi Pak. So Pak Kevi, Pak Kevi is still with Komodo, right? TNK ya, masih. So he was pointing actually underlying two things: surveys or gathering data from the protected areas or the conservation areas, because this is, I think the point he was trying to make, that if you're doing the research, the data collection from the conservation areas, you might be as well get more accurate, and it'll be a long term kind of like a data series compared to if you just do it outside, where you have the dangers, the possibility of maybe that seagrass areas or ecosystem will be disappeared due to local and human activities. secondly, I think he was talking about the livelihood. According to the title, I think the ecosystem and livelihood. The issue is that I think we will be talking about that tomorrow, right? On the livelihood. Besok Pak, kita akan ngomong livelihood, tapi poinnya kita simpan dulu mengenai kegiatan langsung dari masyarakat yang bisa memang betul-betul menjadi bagian dari konservasi. Ya Bapak nggak ikut, aduh kenapa Pak? Ya udah, nanti, waduh saya baru datang. Tapi nanti ada link Pak. Tapi daripada kita bahas sekarang mengenai livelihood ini, tapi saya catat nanti kita akan bahas. Nah, ini saya tahu ini formatnya kan nanti meminta para narasumber nih untuk bisa memberikan tanggapan ya. Jadi poinnya tadi kan udah dengar langsung dari Pak Kevi, dalam kawasan, luar kawasan. Nah, di kawasan yang kita mau, yang dimaksud Pak Kevi ini tentunya kawasan konservasi kan. Nah, apakah itu bisa menjamin bahwa data dari situ bisa lebih bagus dari di luar? Nanti saya mau tanya dari bapak-bapak, ibu-ibu ini nih, komentarnya mereka. So the question is whether you're going to get the good data or more accurate data from the inside conservation area compared to the outside. Would it be more accurate and better? I think that remains to be discussed. Satu lagi, ada lagi enggak? Ini tadi kan dengar dari Gajah Mada, Patimura, seperti IPB ya. Nah, IPB ini banyak data. Please. Oh, ladies first, and then I'll come back to you. Silahkan Bu Frida.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Tony. In Indonesian, bahasa yang Inggris?
Hantam gado-gado aja.
Oke. Ya, mungkin Indonesia aja ya. Mungkin jadi gini kebetulan saya mewakili, mungkin bisa mewakili atau gimana ya. Jadi in the last few weeks, I've been involved in to help KKP to prepare the roadmap. I mean, not the roadmap, but how to incorporate marine sectors, let's say seagrasses, yeah, blue carbon, seagrass into NDC for mitigation. Not because now we have in adaptation, but now in mitigation. But when we went to start the work, we got stuck with the number. We don't have the number. I mean, like we have to use the number, the old number, 3 million from the publication, green somewhere, yeah, I think, yeah. And then, yeah, and then we found another number from LIPI, yeah, about 300 something. But when we want to get the baseline, it's like, oh, it's like drop, something like that. So I mean, like probably for the scientists is, yeah, because I'm a researcher, so I understand. But for the policymakers, it can be like can be very significant, right? You know, for what's happened to the ecosystem, yeah. But then I found another number I got from the report. There's like a KLHK and then KPKP, I think it's about 2010, they published a report about the gap analysis, of the conservation area, something like that. And they have the number of the seagrass area. Probably they got the number, I mean, like this is like a working group, not only from KKP and KLHK, but also from the NGO. Probably the NGO also contribute the numbers, yeah. So they're about 1 million something. So now, I mean, like, we were just wondering, like, what the numbers, yeah, because we need the numbers for confirming what's happened to the seagrass in Indonesia. Yeah. And then the Wali data, yeah, I mean, like, last time we have LIPI as the Wali data, but now we don't know what's happened after the BRIN. Still LIPI, BRIN, still the Wali data, or maybe KKP, we don't know. Because it's very important for us to get the number, yeah. I think, yeah, that's like the first step for incorporating the seagrass into climate change action for the policymakers. So I think this meeting, the mapping is, because today is mapping, it's very important. Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Frida. Data, yeah. Well, as you could see, like, you know, a lot of frustration here, you know, about data, about the seagrass data in Indonesia. Now I got the third numbers, or third sort of account, from the 3 million hectares down to 300, 1/10 of it, 300,000, and then now 1 million hectares. It's new data from somewhere. From somewhere. Pak, sir, you have any question or comment, please?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I have a question for Progressive. Yeah, because it's also related with the very technical, and also our goal, final goal, is very similar. And so the question is a little bit technical. Yeah. So you mentioned about reluctance spectral data. So I'm wondering, did you use some in situ radiometric or irradiation data for analyzing this multispectral satellite data? That is the first question. And second question is, actually we want to make actual radiation library for each species. Yeah, we just try. Yeah, and if you think it is very valuable for your research, is there any possibility to cooperate? Yeah, that is second question.
Thank you, Pak. Thank you. Please hold, Pak Mas Pramaya. Ya. Nanti mungkin dijawab. Tapi ini mungkin kita dengar aja dulu ya dari narasumber. So let's hear some comments from the presenter. Mbak Susi ada? Ya udah. Terakhir. Sebenarnya ini udah langsung respon ya dari yang dibilangin Mbak Ayu tadi.
So BRIN, particularly RCO, got mandate from the President Jokowi that we have to do the monitoring, and also I think with also mapping seagrass in Indonesia to create one map policy. Unfortunately, as Fatoni knows that core map has over last year, so we don't have any funding to do the monitor, and head of BRIN is not concerned on the monitoring. So we have manpower, we have technology, we have previous data, but there is no concern in BRIN to continue the monitoring. So yeah, we can do anything. Yeah, but
another frustration, yeah.
Yeah, and then Pak Andreas know how complicated BRIN's now, and even though we got funding from external, still the administrative stuff is still a bit complicated. So we have a lot of directorate, we have a lot of research center. And then, in my opinion, what we can do if we cannot provide new data, maybe we can develop what we got so far. For example, like Mas Prama mentioned about the health map. You compare health and degraded seagrass. Maybe you can use the current data of 21. So we apply seagrass ecological quality index. Yeah, and then we have at least 4 parameters: cover of macroalgae, epiphyte, turbidity, and then seagrass cover, and also seagrass diversity. Maybe from that data and from Mas Prama data, we can combine, and we can add another quality parameter, environmental quality parameter, and we can see the good and moderate seagrass meadow in Indonesia, and then we can see which area we should enhance the condition or do some restoration. So we can, as Bu Eka said, we can decrease the degradation rate of seagrass ecosystem in Indonesia. Thank you, Pak.
Makasih, Bu Susi. I just realized I saw my good friend at the back, like Mas Andre. Soalnya Mbak Susi mention mengenai core map, saya langsung, waduh itu Bapak core map. Bapak Kormep ada di belakang itu tuh. Hati-hati ngomong bahasa Jawa sama Mas Andri nih, ngerti dia nih. Ya, torang semua saudara. Jadi begini, ini kan udah kelihatan nih soal mapping berkaitan sekali dengan data. Ini buat teman-teman semuanya, kita di dalam ruangan ini deh, kalau saya tanya berapa besar luas seagrass di Indonesia, berarti akan ada sekian banyak informasi, data yang bisa di ini. Karena kalian punya expertise di daerah yang masing-masing Anda tahu. Kalau kita bisa aja menyepakati nih dari forum ini mengenai apa yang perlu kita lakukan. Pertama harus ada data custodian, itu udah mandat dari presiden kan. Nah kita nggak mau ngomongin BRIN ya di sini ya Mas ya. Segi ilmiah, saintifik yang sangat mempengaruhi. Nah ini pekerjaan saya masuk sini untuk policy, kebijakan di Bappenas. Karena di Kemenkomar juga sama. Pertama kali waktu Kemenkomar masuk, Pak Menteri udah bilang, data kita tuh yang kita punya berapa sih sebenarnya? Data mangrove, data seagrass, data coral. 3 ini aja nih. Nah, coral mangrove tuh sekarang thanks to the government mereka punya punya effort dan punya inisiatif yang sangat besar. Seagrass, aduh, ketinggalan nih kita nih. Nah, itulah sebabnya saya rasa ini jadi kesempatan baik sekali nih. Data custodian, tapi kalau ditanya nanti datanya, iya kita punya 1. Enggak 3 juta hektar, enggak 300.000 hektar, enggak 1 miliar hektar. Mesti ada 1 data yang memang kita pegang. Tapi sekarang pertanyaannya gimana kan mau ngumpulin datanya ini. Dan bagaimana mau memvalidasi. Nah jadi ini satu hal saya rasa kalau kita berbicara data. Belum lagi kalau masuk ke kawasan. Tadi Pak Kevi bilang, saya tahu Pak di sini kita nyelam aja sebentar aja itu seagrassnya luas sekali Pak. Di beberapa tempat di TNK ini dugong masih banyak karena ada seagrass. 20 tahun lalu waktu saya ke Tual, ke Dobo, itu masih dijual tuh Pak. Ini apa pipa rokok dari gigi dugong, dari taring itu. When I was doing survey some 20 something years in Dobo, these guys, kids, sold me this like a cigarette pipe made of the dugong's tooth, and yeah, it's so cheap. Now I went to Dobo and then no more cigarette pipes from dugongs. That means no more dugongs, right? Yeah. No more dugong. Dimakan Pak di sana. So, data and information. I think this is something that we need to come up with one solution if we can get from this group. Prof. Desi and then Pak. And then Pak Andri.
Terima kasih. Bahasa Manado. Begini Pak Tony, pada saat kita mengikuti yang blue carbon yang di Rhode Island, pada waktu itu saya sesampainya di Manado, Sulawesi Utara, waktu itu dia kepala Bapeda. Apakah memang benar kita tidak punya data? Ternyata punya semua data. Data itu dikumpulkan seperti apa? Mereka meminta data dari setiap kabupaten kota, 3 itu, bahkan ada 1 rawa. Jadi data mangrove, jumlah luasan mangrove, luasan lamun, dan luasan terumbu karang plus rawa. Jadi 4 data itu disuplai dari setiap kabupaten kota, itu ke provinsi, dan provinsi ke wali data di Jakarta. Jadi saya tadi dengar kok sedikit heran, saya memang jujurnya tidak telusuri seperti jumlah data yang, tetapi dengan disampaikan seperti itu oleh pemerintah, masa kita nggak percaya pemerintah? Mestinya data itu lengkap. di luar dari data-data yang dikumpulkan oleh NGO. Karena terkadang data NGO itu berbeda dengan data yang ada dari dinas, terutama Dinas Kelautan Perikanan Kabupaten Kota. Saya cek ke Kepala Dinas Provinsi, dibilang ada, data itu dikumpulkan di pusat. Jadi kenapa kok tidak punya data? Maaf, saya mungkin terlalu naif. Kemudian hal yang kedua untuk mapping. Itu mapping terkadang keakuratan kita butuh data ekologi juga karena banyak kali alga dan lamun kita sulit untuk membedakan. Kecil, saya sering turun lapangan, jadi SI itu sulit sekali kita membedakan dengan banyak alga yang ada. Itu saja Pak Tony. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, Prof. The last part was actually more technical, like to determine between species, so basically to identification, right? So that techniques, methodology that still required. At maybe you have your students, will be doing that. But anyway, the first point is that the data, according to Professor Daisy, is that the government through, in this case, Bapeda, the planning, and then you have Ibu Bapeda also from NTB here. I don't know if you are doing the same thing, but they are feeding data from the municipality and then going to the province and then going to the Jakarta central government. So where are the data? So, but again, it has to be collated and then, stored somewhere, and then now we have this BRIN and LIPI as the data custodian for seagrass. I think we should do that. We should use that as well. But that's Pak Matt, it'll take a week-long discussion, to talk about this data and then data custodian. But at least if we can identify these kind of issues, that will be a good. But then we need to find also solutions. So we hope we can come up. Bapak Ibu sekalian, ini kan kita nggak cuma bicara soal masalahnya begini-begini, nah terus solusinya apa? Ini ada orang dari daerah, dari universitas, dari pusat yang bisa menyuarakan karena selain isu teknis, how to collect and then analyze the data. If you're just collecting the data, Prof. Desi, from kabupaten, kota, but they are not being analyzed, itu jadi rujukan kan. Gimana mau pakai yang 1 juta atau yang 3 juta ini kalau itu nggak di-publish atau dipakai sebagai referensi ilmiah. Itu masalahnya. Jadi kalau data yang dari masing-masing tempat itu dikumpulin, bisa ditabulasi, tapi kemudian itu harus dipublish untuk bisa dijadikan sebagai satu referensi nasional. Anyway, tunggu Pak, Mbak itu baru Pak Andre.
So I'm also from BRIN, but from Research Center for Remote Sensing. My name is Amy, and for data, actually BRIN have a division which called Pusdatin, and our data stored there from satellite data and information data, as I said before, si Pandora already put in Pusdatin. So actually, but maybe not in this near time because we still building and make a business, something like how to manage data like that, and how to we share the
kapasitas
data.
Ya untuk
how
data itu mau kumpulin.
We share the data to public, and it's not in the near time because that's many things we should do. Maybe after we BRIN stabil.
Sekarang belum stabil ya Bu ya?
Untuk tahun ini belum. Untuk tahun ini masih gonjang-ganjing. So, I think I quite confident for monitoring
of the shallow water habitat. But the problem is, especially for mangrove, BRIN is not waridata.
Mangrove lain Bu, ini kita bicara seagrass dulu, seagrass.
Maybe seagrass is possible if Research Center of Oceanography want to share that. That's the question.
Research Center Oceanography di mana? Bukannya di BRIN?
Iya, tapi kan datanya ini data satelit ya, itu disediakan oleh Lapan. Tapi kan PRO juga ngadain kan. Tapi mereka mau share nggak? Itu intinya. Nah, kalau kita udah ngasih semua ke Pusdatin, gitu Pak. Jadi masalahnya seperti itu.
Makasih Bu. So, well then, even within BRIN, like we still have several steps, like to go to have one kind of like a policy on data collection and then disseminating. That's maybe one of the key lessons that even within the BRIN organization, which is notably very, very new, Pak. Pak Andre, Pak. Sorry, I have been asked to limit this to 5 more minutes, Pak. Oke. Silakan Pak Andre.
Terima kasih Pak Tony. Saya senang sekali bisa bertemu Bapak di habitat aslinya ya, habitat marin di sini ya, lamun dan mangrove semua ada. Ini sebenarnya saya bertanggung jawab atas core map dulu dan saya juga sebenarnya sangat sedih bahwa sekarang BRIN sudah tidak ada alokasi lagi. Itu sesuatu yang kita sebenarnya beberapa kali berdiskusi dengan Pak Handoko ya. Itu tapi ya belum ada. Itu sebenarnya tanda bahwa menurut saya ada dua hal di sini ya. Yang pertama, kita harus selalu cari kesempatan dan gaya dan cara untuk mengurangi biaya monitoring. And I think there are two ways of reducing monitoring costs, right? One of them is using these structures that exist, for instance, here, right, Taman Nasional Komodo, where we have protected areas, really spending more time in the capacity building of the protected areas managers. I'll give you an example. The Savu, Pulau Rote, we just mentioned Pulau Rote, right? Pulau Rote, that has a management, right? It's the BKKPN and so on. If they are the ones doing this, if they have the capacity, and this is part of their regular activities, the cost of monitoring reduces. Same with, and same with any KKP or KLHK structure, right? The other possibility is involving communities. BRIN developed that, I forget the name, the application for mangrove monitoring, I think Momeng, yeah? Momeng. So these types of initiatives that use citizen science and complement efforts can also reduce. And the third thing is exactly this, working with local communities and involving them. I think this is not only important because of the data it generates, but even more important for the involvement of local communities. So I think that's one point. Then the other point I think we discussed earlier yesterday too is linking the data to decisions, and that's where this whole debate on ecosystem services and payment for ecosystem services become very, very interesting, right? And again, I think that there is a little bit of a fatigue of hearing about potential payments for blue carbon, but the reality is that if there is a way of making such payments, and I'm not talking about carbon markets only, you could have a situation where, I don't know, APBD, APBN may pay for this, or BPDLH, ICTF, I don't know. But the point is that any payment will be based on data. So the value of data increases a lot with any initiative like this. This is, because we are talking about mangroves as if mangrove was solved. This is not true. I don't know who from KLHK is here, but right now we are giving KLHK a grant of $15 million to improve mangrove monitoring. But so mangrove is still work in progress. But one different ecosystem where I think a lot has been done. Tropical forests in general, just daratan, yeah, terrestrial. And to a large extent, this has been because, again, there is value associated with the forests and so on. So this is, I think, is just to re-emphasize what has already been said here many times, that linking these efforts with the potential to monetize, and the monetization does not mean carbon markets only, there could be other ways of monetizing. They are very useful because they necessarily require good, high quality, third-party verified, and frequent data. Thanks.
Thank you, Pa Andre. On the last part, I think that also is a try effort in Nusa Penida and Gili Matra, not too far from here in NTB, that we are doing with the visitor monitoring system. They actually, through that, we are collecting data and they pay in order to get to Nusa Penida, to Gili Matra, and so on. So that's a good idea, Pa. But yeah, Pa, you know, and it's striking me that when you say mangrove is not solved yet, yeah, that's true. Although now we know in this country, mangrove project from the bank is the project now that people are so envious. But can you imagine of the seagrass communities and the research community, the livelihood? But you know, we will get there. But we all agree that data is information is very much the currency and the first thing that we have to do. Okay, Pak Prama, please respond to the technical questions.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Park. Yes, regarding the field measurement of seagrass species and also macroalgae, we use the field spectrometer to measure the reflectance of the species. And when we try to integrate with satellite images, usually we try to resembling the spectral resolution of the spectrometer to match the satellite spectral resolution. So there is a downgrade, of course, from the hyperspectral data to multispectral data. But actually, even at hyperspectral level, the differences is still not detected. Yeah. As I've already shown you that the differences between healthy seagrass species is like less than 5 or 10 nanometers. So even though we are using hyperspectral, it still not work. So that's why we have to utilize other information than spectral information itself. And regarding whether we can collaborate, of course, yes. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
Terima kasih, Pak Prama, Pak Wawan.
Terima kasih, Pak Tony. Maaf, ini mungkin lebih mudah Indonesia saja. Jadi saya sangat senang, dari presentasi Bapak Ibu sekalian. Kalau tidak salah, jadi yang dulunya di 8, di Big sekarang sudah jadi 1 atap di Brin. Apa seperti itu yang? Ya. Nah ini sama optimis. Jadi dulu mah Ibu di 8, di Big sama-sama lamun, sekarang 1 atap. Nah ini walaupun misalnya kita susah ketemu karena sistem yang berubah, misalnya online, silaturahim, saling berbagi, itu yang pertama. Jadi nanti misalnya jadi si A, si B, si C yang dulunya di 8, di Big, sekarang 1 rumah kita diberiin, itu yang pertama. Jadi akan memudahkan kita saling kerjasama, saling komunikasi. Kita punya satu tantangan. Berapa luas lamun di Indonesia? Sebetulnya saya yang merasa berdosa. Karena yang menyampaikan di Green SO itu saya. Karena yang membuat itu supervisor saya, Ninhaus. Jadi kami ada workshop kecil di Ambon, beliau karena pernah ke Indonesia. Jadi waktu Snelius, terus punya beberapa PhD di Indonesia. Jadi saya pikir, saya belum sempat nanya bagaimana ngitung. Jadi tahu panjang pantai Indonesia, apa 17.000 dulu, tahu reflet Indonesia, tahu lah Indonesia, kota-kota. Jadi karena pernah saya si Fulan, ini dari langit turun 3 juta. Orang ini nggak tahu sumbernya, dari langit. Sorry Aib, saya di Indonesia. dari langit. Jadi saya juga punya dosa juga untuk alhamdulillah, thanks you for your invitation. I can talk to everybody that there's 3,000 hectares of seagrass in Indonesia from my supervisor, permanent house. When we had a local seminar from Hans de Jong, he was for his PhD for Dugong, and he held a workshop in Ambon, and permanent house wrote on paper that Indonesian seagrass 3,000. I know the value, how much seagrass in Indonesia. Nah itu yang pertama itu. Terus sekarang yang mengerjakan bisa, jadi contohnya tadi yang saya sampaikan, sidik 2015, mahasiswa sudah bisa memetakan lamun. Itu kita inventarisir, jadi kita yang sudah di BIN itu lebih mudah. Yang kedua, yang punya kemampuan mapping seagrass, itu khusus gitu ya. Jadi ada yang, ini contoh Pas Prama, ahlinya di perguruan tinggi. Mungkin ada NGO, terus tadi Ibu yang Bu Desi dari, ada di Bapeda. Nah kita mau buka misalnya kita, bagaimana ini bisa kita terkumpul. Insya Allah ini bisa asal dan niat dan kemauan, terus kita berbesar hati, sharing. Memang itu pengalaman kami Bu, jangan jauh-jauh, satu kantor susah. Jadi jangan jauh. Ya Allah, saya baca di jurnal internasional, AAA, unpublished data. Saya juga akan begitu, jadi nggak usah takut. Jadi si Fulan, tolong deh minta datanya. Oh maaf ya belum ditulis. Jadi jangan kaget, jangan kan keluarkan terus satu kan. Jadi kita harus berbangga untuk merah putih. Serahkan semua. Kita dibayar bulanan oleh negara, ke lapangan oleh negara, data punya negara. Jadi itulah, karena saya sampai sekarang, sama Bu Ayu, saya punya presentasi sekian giga, silakan. Punya artikel sekian giga, silakan. Saya sebentar mati, kan itu yang kan kalau muslim kan apa yang kita manfaat untuk yang lain. Jadi semoga-moga buat ke semua. Itu yang kedua, jadi inventarisir siapa yang mampu dan punya data tentang peta lamun Indonesia. Nah yang tersulit dananya Pak. Nah itu yang the big problem is funding. Actually I talk about we have manpower. Before brain that's in Lapan is for in English apa Lapan? And then from big, and then now under one roof for seagrass scientists, seagrass mapping scientists. In one room, easy for to communicate. Before under one roof, and we have also manpower from university. Was I taught in the morning, sidik the student, and we can introduce who and where the people who can make mapping of seagrass. But the big problem is funding. Mungkin Pak Tony bisa, actually, I hope Pak Tony ACCTF and Bappenas as facilitated for us how to get funding. Ya, thank you very much. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah, terima kasih atuh Pak Wawan. Saya nanti habis itu mau ngobrol sama Pak Andre habis ini. Tar Mas Susi. Saya udah dengar cerita ini dari awal dulu waktu kita ngobrol kan, Pak. Jadi kalau bicara yang 3 juta hektar, makanya saya senang sekali lihat Pak Wawan di sini karena dengar kan seminar di Ambon dengan profesor dari Belanda, Snellius, tim Snellius, gimana 3 juta hektar itu datang dari langit katanya. Benar nggak? Nah, tapi sekarang Pak nanti dari langit lagi kalau pakai remote sensing itu dari langit lagi Pak, tapi ada alatnya kan. So he was telling about the historical account of where the 3 million hectares of seagrass in Indonesia came from, the data. Came from sky, from some. Yeah, you have what, 81,000 or berapa kilometer Pak dulu? So we have 17,000 islands. They sort of like estimate how long the coastline. Here and there you have the patches of mangroves, not mangroves, but seagrass, and then maybe 10% of them were maybe seagrass, and then multiply that, and then you got this 3 million hectares. That's how they calculated that. But now I think we need to have a really good number, but good data. Okay, I think the discussion is going to get more dynamic and exciting, but we have a limited time. I will get back to Pak Met, but before Pak Met, Ibu Susi singkat saja, tapi habis itu nanti Pak Andreas saya minta untuk beliau coba merep up sesi ini ya, Andre ya, Bang Andre, and then I'll give it back to Pak Met. Silakan Bu Susi.
Just for confirmation, Pak Tony, so the current data about seagrass area Indonesia, which is 293,005.
Saya buat gampangnya saya mau pakai 300.000 aja deh, kan 290 something thousand kan. Nah, jadi
300,000 hectares. It's not all seagrass Indonesia, but it's just a validation. So it's only cover around 16 to 35% of estimate potential seagrass in Indonesia. It's a wide range, but I don't know how to calculate this estimation because I was not there when they do the wali data.
I talked to Pak Udi,
yeah,
and then he was very clever putting that statement. Kira-kira begini dalam bahasa Indonesianya. Menurut estimasi kami diperkirakan sekitar 290 sekian ribu hektar. Karena itu yang bisa tervalidasi. Berarti yang belum tervalidasi masih ada.
It's only cover in mostly cover in the eastern of Indonesia.
Ada dikasih map, kalau teman-teman bisa di-download tuh laporannya LIPI atau BRIN itu. Saya baca berkali-kali, Mbak. Tapi saya pengen dapat data luasan lamun di Indonesia berapa, nggak ada. Yang ada ya itu tadi. Nggak berani, bukan kurang Pak, nggak berani. Nah, dari langit.
Maybe the closest estimation is around 1.8.
Nah, makanya ini yang harus diangkat dan dijadikan sebagai referensi kan. Nah, sekarang bukan soal berani, ini adalah soal kemampuan kita. Kemampuan saya rasa secara teknis ada. Funding kita harus support, itu hanya tools saja. Tapi begitu kita bisa keluarkan itu dahsyat sekali.
Ada Pak di buku status ekosistem 2021 ada.
Tapi itu yang harus di-adopt dong, iya kan? Nah, so I think the issue here about the data, the real and more sort of accurate number of the seagrass coverage in Indonesia is the key thing that we have to figure out, and then at least we should be able to come out with some steps forward how to get there. I think we can also we can work backward, right?
Yeah.
So we have that, and then data collection from different provinces, kabupaten, universities. So that's how we. Okay, singkat.
So the baseline data of the data is already in Pusdata in BRIN, so everybody can access the data. Yeah, thank you, Pak.
Yeah. I have a few notes here after listening your opinion, your suggestion, and your input regarding mapping. I think I was a scientist. I was scientist by the law, because we have to have regular. But by the hobbies, yeah, I'm still doing something research. So the important things are being moved from the research agency to the house of the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs is the policy makers. They do need the high and good accuracy data in order to give or to bring or to develop new direction of 1 or 2 or 3 regulation. So at that ministry, we can see from as a helicopter view what is going on in Indonesia, especially when we are thinking about the ocean. Yeah, I'm quite lucky. I spent more than 25 years dealing with ocean. So, and then suddenly, yeah, Pak Tony already mentioned that there are some, not some, many holes of the data that we need to be covered through the sum of the activities. But to bring these activities is not an easy way. First, the person who have the ability to produce, to approve the proposal, they need to be clearly fit by the scientists. What is the importance of this kind of activities? So this is very important when we are talking about the output and outcome before to the impact. That's why when we are talking with Matt and Pak Andi, what actually the input and then the outcome, the output and the outcome of this project, so that I can bring to the higher level. I know as the scientist, we need the published paper. But I know also for your interest, you need to do something mapping. But for the policymaker perspective, how this kind of activity could answer some of or two questions that becoming a problem of the government. We have to meet this. Otherwise, you will be no funding from the government. That's what we are trying to approach to the brain, although it's very difficult. That those questions that are coming here, basically, we should able to specify what kind of the question, what kind of the outcome and the impact if we doing mapping already done completely. So if we can answer this question, I think it's very easy to get the money. But not the number of publication. For sure, nothing coming, for sure. So this is the challenge. Let's ask the scientists. We are thinking not only, because some of you are very senior scientists, try to think beyond the paper. Try to answer what is the need from the government, what is the need from the policymaker, because we are developing countries. That's the problem. We need to improve. That's why quite often I mention to Pak Andi and Matt, we need the transfer of technology, transfer of the way of thinking, transfer of the knowledge. My memory is quite almost full, so it's difficult to transfer. Otherwise, I need to make a new hard disk, something like that. So this is what I'm thinking of the importance of mapping, because this session can be linked to the livelihood. Well, together with Matt, I was livelihood is important. The government need to see the livelihood, not the blue carbon. Whatever the result is from blue carbon, if there's no improvement to the livelihood, it's nothing. That's our perspective at the moment. Because we need to feed those people at the local or at the coastal area that actually they are facing, they are facing and they have live nearby this kind of ecosystem. So not people from Jakarta, not people from Jogja, from Makassar, or from whatever. So this is we need to link this. And for selling the knowledge, you should give front first is the livelihood. But for to Matt, maybe you starting from the blue carbon, it's working. But to the policymaker, it's difficult. Again, the frequency of understanding are different. I do understand both. So that we need to sitting together. But sometimes, yeah, please, there are also some space for compromise. Yeah, this is not 1 + 1 is equal 2. It's not. So again, without solving the problem, Pak Prama already mentioned about the validation of the data, and also there are several data gaps and something like that, which is very good. But what is actually the outcome? After you have 50% of the data mapping, what is the deliverable that can be achieved? And then if you have already complete 100%, what is the impact? Then starting from that, we can, I think it's not quite difficult to convince Bappenas or KKP or KLHK. This is we have already conducted, and then this is what is the possible outcome or impact. So that we are quite fortunate that the current government quite concerned about the ocean. Yeah, we don't know 2 years later. So we don't know. So this is a good time for you to develop the things. Yeah, this is the time. Yeah, we have until 2024. So again, Pak Tony already mentioned that, yeah, why we should wait for 24. If possible, next year we can get more better data. And then the rest of the year, we could do some improvement. Yeah, thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Andreas. Untung saya nggak jadi orang KPU, kalau nggak udah saya semprit, udah mau kampanye dia. Oke, Bapak Ibu sekalian, jadi ini kan open ended ya, jadi kita masih berlanjut terus. Saya rasa masih ada kesempatan besok. Tugas saya cuma memoderatori sambil mendapatkan input, tapi saya rasa juga dari panitia akan juga mengumpulkan dan memberikan jadi masukan yang baik gitu loh. So Pak Matt, hand it back to you for closing and yeah, some announcement maybe if you have. Thank you, Pak.
Okay, well, terima kasih. Thank you, Pak Tony, for the excellent facilitation, much better than I would be able to do in the afternoon. So I was listening and thinking, and what I'm going to do now just for 2 minutes is just reflect back to you what I heard, and then we'll finish and go back with some of those thoughts in the morning. So, like Andreas is talking about, I'm a scientist, but I'm a scientist who's trying to think about how is our information used, and if we're collecting data, why are we collecting the data, and who's going to use it? So, in this session now, I heard about a few things, the framing of why we need maps. So there's the framing of the NDC and the mitigasi and the adaptasi, how much seagrass there is. Then there's the framing of the development planning, because they need the information in order to do the appropriate decisions at that local to regional scale. Then there's the framing of, if we're going to support livelihoods through some financial mechanism, and we haven't talked about that very much yet, we need to have a way of providing that information at that scale, and that scale is local. And it's okay. And so when I'm thinking about this, I'm saying the way we collect the data matters. So the way we collect the data for the national scale mapping to feed into the NDC and the adaptasi and the mitigasi matters, and then the way we collect the local data matters, which is why we're thinking about the different ways of collecting the data. For the national scale approach, we need to have an Earth observation approach. For the local scale approach, that's why we're thinking about the drones and the ways of doing that. So we have different methods and different approaches that match the different questions. But then seagrasses are difficult. They're underwater. The approaches that we use for forests on land or even mangroves don't work so well. So we need to make some pragmatic decisions. So there's some decisions to be made about what can we map now easily, and that's our baseline. All right? So let's do that because we know how to do it and we can do it, and we can do that at a national scale. But we need to build the data architecture to do it and to support it. Then, what are the bits that we can't map using the existing technology and get better at doing that? The ones that are in turbid water, where the Earth observation optical approaches don't work. Okay, so the pragmatic decisions. Then the validation, which we heard about a few times. The validation, we need to collect the right sort of data to validate those different methods, whether it's the satellite-based Earth observation all the way through to the drones. So we can collect that data, but if we're all collecting the data in different places and we're never sharing it, that's also not so helpful. So how do we get better at sharing that information, sharing that data? And, you know, what are the ways that we can do that? I already have some ideas about what we might be able to do. I mean, I can't parachute into Indonesia as an Australian scientist and pretend that I'm going to solve the Wali data custodian problem. I can't do that for you. That's an Indonesia problem. But there are ways that we can work on synthesizing some data together as colleagues and producing it and maybe providing it in formats that are easy. So I'm going to think about that and produce that. And then also thinking about what can we do to provide a better architecture in the way that Dr. Andy was talking about this morning, the better data architecture to make that data sharing a little bit easier. So that's all from me. I guess that's what I heard from you about some of the problems and some of the ways that I've started to think about it. So really that's all. Thank you very much. Terima kasih for all of the excellent presentations today and the very, very engaged discussion session that went a long way later than we planned, but that was because you had so much to say. So thank you, have a good evening and rest well, and I look forward to seeing you in the morning.
Enggak, siapa aja bisa. Siapa aja bisa. Tapi untuk Ocean ya. Iya.
Sampai bikin undangan sendiri. Ya inilah kalian. Terus sampai banyak. Bukan staffnya abang, ternyata itu staffnya deputi.
keluar besok. Kayak gitu. Saya mau pakai memang. Oh.
Itu maksud saya, dia nggak usah semua mikir gitu. Tapi kan yang udah senior mikir. Iya.
Juga setuju, barungnya dari kita. Maksudnya di tempat kami juga banyak yang iya itu maksudnya itu.
Tapi kalau yang senior jangan pula. Nggak usah semuanya berpikir begitu. Kalian mau kemana? Mari kita makan ya. Hah? Habis ini Zoom beres, langsung buat Zoom. Ini aja berapa udah nggak jauh bedanya?
Iya, soalnya besok ada juga yang mau pergi, Ibu Rohani sama Ibu Desi. Masuk aja ya bilang.
Berapa?
40.
Undangan kita berapa?
Oh, ada wartawan lagi 50 juga.
Jangan kita 40 aja, Mas.
40 ya udah. Kan namanya banyak juga ya.